Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, January the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple yeses. Thank you. I'm getting a couple yeses, so I guess you guys can hear me and see my screen in the main room. Anybody in YouTube, if you can let me know the same thing. Just want to know if you can hear me and see my screen in YouTube, if anybody's there. All right, guys. Well, market's getting rocked this morning so far. We're down 10.45 on the SPY. So will it turn to my favorite day? Thank you, Snowman and Pepe. Will it turn to my favorite day and have a recovery? Remains to be seen. Anyway, IVF, here are the top ones right now, the ones that have moved the most since Friday's close. IVF. So this got up to about $5. It's pulled back down to $3. I don't see any specific news for it. I'm trying to look at my headlines. I don't see any specific news for IVF. Meanwhile, CRVS is ripping here again, guys. CRVS, yeah, tick out 13, surging on only phase one, positive phase one. You know what? And this is not a low float. I mean, it's 66 million, not high, but it's certainly not low. Pretty, it's shortable for me. Yeah, 440,000 shares available for me to short. Not that I mean, it's just that it's up so much on just phase one. I would have thought it would be a very low floater, but it's not a very low floater. So interesting. Where could it go on a monthly chart? Okay, so not a lifetime high. Okay, so we have a high right there, 1391 above that. No, so we've got a high right there of 1391. It's back in 2018. Do we really think that's going to stop it? You know, we're talking 7 years ago now. So it's not an all-time high, but we're approaching highs of 7 years ago for CRVS. SHPH, this was one from Friday and continuation. Don't see any specific news on it today. Big move though, another big move through the 200-day moving average. Now this is a low float. Okay, 920,000 in the float. So that is a low float. And gold and silver, of course, going crazy this morning. So specifically, we can look at HYMC. HYMC, this is up 8%. What's silver up? SLV. Silver is up 7%. So basically, HYMC is moving with silver. Of course, a lot of these silver stocks are going to move exactly like SLV. I'm just always looking to see what sort of percentage move. And HYMC is a little bit more than IAG. Let's take a look at what IAG. Just looking at the percentage move. So look at this. This is IM Gold. Gold is moving, of course, too. IBIT. Good morning. Welcome back, Ozzy. IBIT. So Bitcoin is taking it on the chin a little bit now, guys. Remember, we're getting very close to 100,000. Right up here, I'm looking at IBIT. That was, getting closer and closer to 100,000. So Bitcoin's taking it on the chin this morning. Top Wealth. We haven't seen you for a while. It's TWG, guys. This is doing its thing today. Probably no news. Well, that actually does say signs that definitive agreement to acquire wine authentication / tracking system and wine trading business. Okay. Let's see. BTTC, Black Titan Corporation secures $200 million from a U.S.-based institution. Cool investor. What's your point, Grumpy? I said 2018. I said, do we care about that? That's all I said for the CRVS. Now, this one had a pop. Okay, it's kind of maintaining. FRSX, it got up to $3, but they came right back down to 184. So trading higher after the company announced its majority-owned subsidiary, iNet Mobile, advanced its strategic collaboration in Japan with SoftBank. Okay, so that is the news. That is the news for FRSX. Low float. Oh, I thought you were talking to me. I look back. We have to go back to 2018 before we saw the next highs for CRVS. ICON. Let's see, what is it doing? I sort of discount a lot of these that just have massive pops and then big pullbacks. I mean, this is being sort of cut in half from the pop in the pre-market. Tron had a pop today. Yeah, look at that. That's what look at Tron. Big pop to $2, comes all the way back to $1.56. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any news on TRON. Fast. Okay, guys, here's an earnings play. You might want to have to take a look at this one. This is an earnings play. Didn't hit. FAST. This is quarterly revenue estimates. As higher tariffs impact demand. So broke right down through that 200-day moving average. The low was about 40.64 or so. Yeah, so there could be some support around the 40 level for FASD. Looking at the weekly chart, there could be. Well, the Adobe killer is not doing so well. FIG, is this an earnings play? Not an earnings play. Yeah, okay. So this is a dividend play, guys. Toro announcing a $1.75 per share special dividend. It's down to $1.86. So this is more of a dividend play for Toro, TORO. This is a buyout. RAPT is a buyout. Who's buying them? GSK is buying them. Okay, GSK is buying them. How's GSK doing on that buyout news? Basically flat. Not too much reaction to the buyout. Yeah, just rippage. That's all we can say. Rippage on this one. CRVS. It's only phase one. My goodness. Phase one. Well, I'm looking for a potential short opportunity on this one. Phase one. Pola, Pola, Pola. Again, I'm sort of discounting these ones that have had the big pop in the pre-market and then have given up a lot of it. Did they announce an offering right now? See, SHPH. Well, but they haven't. They haven't actually. When you say they filed an offering, it hasn't hit the market yet. I mean, when I say it hasn't hit the market yet, I mean, have they come out and said we're doing a financing at a certain price? What about Icon? Well, it's dropped off the top 16 or top 15. It was on. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Well, I thought, all I said was I don't like the fact that it pulled all the way back. I mean, it got up to $6 and it's been cut in half underneath the VWAP. So who knows where it's going? I don't see any news on it. I don't see any news on Icon. Yeah, the CRVS. So what was the high here? 15 something? 15, yeah, with $15. It's around $15. There'd be something more to this. This is, I find this anyway, a little bit unusual for this sort of a move with that float and on that news. But doesn't matter what I think. This is what the market's. This is the market reaction. Market is, yeah, just kind of crawling right now. Still down. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, still down. I want to make sure my SPY chart. Yeah, my SPY chart is still. Yeah, it still looks like it is adjusting. Sitting right on the VWAP right now. The SPY. It's a big move down though, guys. All right. Well, let's take a look at what's happening with the some of the big sectors today. Should be interesting. Let's take a look at energy, XLE. Actually, XLE, it's basically flat. Interesting. Okay. Financials, XLF. I'm going to look at them all. XLF. Yes. So, like most of the sectors are going to be moving down. XLE is basically flat. XRT retail. Healthcare looks like, but healthcare might be up. No, it's basically flat. Okay. Just we had a lot of healthcare stocks moving. Tech. All about the same in terms of percentage moves down is 1.8%. Communication is not quite as, oops, that's not, interested to see what Staples is doing. Consumer Staples, XLP, still hanging in there above that 200-day moving average. Now, this could be interesting. Utilities. Let's take a look at utilities. I'm interested. Interesting. It's down a little bit. I would have thought maybe it would have been popping. The market gets a little worried. Utility stocks usually do pretty well. They offer dividends, etc. There's Mr. Understatement William. Okay, guys, let's see. Anything else coming in here we haven't talked about? EVTV. UMC. Yeah, so UMC, guys. Yeah, this is interesting. Did it drop off? Now, why is it not showing up here? UMC not showing up here. Was it there? It is. Okay. Well, UMC, so it is up. It's up 14%. Trying to see if there's any news on this one. I mean, it's good volume. 430,000 shares. Okay, guys. Riot. So with the Bitcoin drop today, we've got Riot. Mara, I'm sure, is down also. We'll see Mara in my list, but I'm sure it must be down. Riot's down 7.3%. Mara is down. Mara's not down quite as much as Riot. All right, so the CRVS has pulled back a little bit. IVF is just underneath the VWAP. Did anybody find any news on IVF? I have. I don't see any headlines on it. Just looking here, my headlines and Interactive Brokers. Well, you know what? Maybe I should take a look at this. Maybe it has something specific. Not really. It doesn't. I don't see any news on it. Just the fact that it's up. It's a very low float, 1.8 million in the float. Look at the volume. 77 million shares have traded. Okay, thank you, Obi. The old unconfirmed rumor. Boy, this one's got a lot of volume and hasn't moved. I mean, well, it's had some moves, but all the volume, I guess, came. Is that right? 7 million shares have traded. I'm talking about the JHX. It's a lot of volume with no move. I mean, it had a move up, but it's flat right now. Vero. Well, Vero's. I don't think there's any news on this one. I think it's just profit taking. I mean, it's got up to what, $13. $13 on Friday. Close though down here at 8. Now it's underneath the close or the low. So it's underneath the close, of course, but it's also underneath the low of Friday. VERO. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. I think what I'll do is I'll get my 9:30 layout up and running. So I'm going to, first of all, as always, I'm going to save my layout. And then go to Windows and close all my windows. And I'll load my 9:30 layout. Okay, so my previous layout had the top 15 in terms of the ones that are up the most from Friday's close. So let's see, is there anything new in here that we haven't talked about? Don't think so. I think we've talked about the IVF, SHPH, TWG, Corvus, and BTTC and RAP. This is a buyout. RAPT is a buyout. All right. Well, let's watch this CRVS. There is the VWAP down here, about a dollar away from the VWAP. Will it keep moving down towards the VWAP and then act as support? Maybe bounce from there. Yeah. Speaking of the VWAP, not shortable for me, SHPH, but this is now at the VWAP, SHPH. Interesting. I thought that the 200-day moving average was was way above it at some point. Yeah. SPH, so it's SHPH, the 200-day moving average is 391. So now it is just underneath. Can't see it on that daily chart. It's just a little bit above here. The market has not really moved. This area here, right around the VWAP area. So this Fastenal, guys, FAST, this is hanging around this area. Earnings play, down quite a bit on earnings. It's a big float, 1 billion in the float, a little over a billion in the float. So that's a pretty big move through the 200-day moving average. That's that green line on my daily chart through the 200-day. We can see we're closed on Friday, just a little bit above. We got to watch this CRVS. It starts to curl. So you have that. We have the blue wave right there. It's just kind of flattening out a little bit. But I'd interested to see if we can get even closer to the VWAP, which is about, call it 1250 area. All right. So this top wealth. Yeah, remember this day here when it popped up to $26 and then, slid all the way back down to 380. Has done nothing for the last several weeks, couple of months probably. Right at the VWAP, sorry, right at the 200-day moving average, TWG. It's funny, we don't have the 200-day moving average here, so I don't know, not sure what that means, that green line. Has it not been trading for 200 days? Yeah, of course it has. I don't know. I can't make, don't know why there's no VWAP number. Sorry, SMA number, 200-day moving average number. Well, this is a top list. So, this is a top list. Mine is not blank. This is just a top list window. So mine certainly is not blank. Sometimes not today for me anyway. Sometimes the top list, okay, change the 1 minute RSI to blank. I don't have that. I'm not using the 1 minute RSI in any. Guys, yeah, listen. Well, less than a minute now. At 21 minute. 1 minute to the 9:30 open. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. I'll be, of course, watching the scan here, the up down, 25 cents, last 5 minutes on big volume. Nothing will happen until at least 9:45 in that scan. Excuse me, in that scan. All right, guys, we're now well, we're open. 9:30. The 9:30 open. Now, as expected, with the market down so much, there's probably not going to be a lot of big, large cap gainers. And that's why, well, we got one anyway. EQX. Okay, little bit of a market pop to start, little bit. Well, Poe, take your pick. Why is the market tanking? Okay. So EQX at 15 now. For Fastenal, FAST is trying to have a little bit of a comeback here. Okay, now there's the SHPH. So, okay, so as we speak, anyway, it's trying to hold a VWAP. Okay, SHPH, trying to hold a VWAP. A little over 4 now. Interesting. I don't see that they're, well, okay, precious metals, but not a huge, this is Hudson Bay Minerals. There's the HYMC, big silver play. NUAI, guys, NUAI is popping right now. NUAI is popping right now. In fact, well, it's popping so much that it got halted. Okay, sorry. This was halted at 9:31 plus 43 seconds. LD NBY. Now that was moving down. Yeah, this is halted also now. LDWY halted on the way up. Lendway, not a lot of volume yet. Only 48,000 shares. Boy, a lot of halts already. LHAI halted on the way down. The choppy action so far for the USAR. What did it get up to? It got up to 1941 and pulled all the way back down to 1841. All right, CRVS, guys. CRVS is trying to hold 14. Well, was trying to hold 14. It got up here, up to this. Look at that. Shoot, I wish I'd been watching a little more closely. So look what happened. It got into the VWAP. Not that I really want to take these so early, but you can see that CRVS got into the VWAP, that purple line on my chart. So far, that kind of acted as support, bounced off the VWAP line. Okay, USAR, okay, right back up to the highs. There's how my price alert window worked. Minimize your price alert window. Best way to use it, in my opinion. If the stock hits an alert price, your price alert window will pop up on your screen. You can't miss it. All right, so uranium, some of these uranium, let's take a look at URA. Just want to take a look at the index or the ETF for uranium. I mean, yeah, it's only at 0.76%, not soaring or anything, but quadruple U. Unusual machines being active again. UMAC. Corvus is trying to hold 14. CRVS is trying to hold 14. It's around 1430 right now. And then you can see it right there. All right, so NUAI just resumed and big. No, it was halted at 569. So will it get through 569? This is kind of the way sometimes I'll play these. All right. I don't know if all the lithium players are doing this, but what was the other one in Brazil? Wasn't it LAR? SGML. The high on Friday was 1320, so it's got a little bit of room. Was it LAR? Argentina, not Brazil. Okay, so South America, lithium play, but no, not really moving that much. All right, so CRVS, it's turning a little bit of a struggle to maintain over 14, just a little bit. And this is shortable for me, so I'm just watching to see if we get some major weakness. Now, guys, we have no AI alert yet. And as always, I'm just going to wait for any reentry price. The earliest, if you have our AI, the earliest alert is going to be at 940. It is at, we're just at 939 right now. That's by design. So the earliest alert will be at 940. Doesn't mean there will be one at 940. But all I'm going to wait for are reentry prices. Let's see if we get any today. Yeah, fast is well. I mean, it's trying to come back. FAST trying to come back. It is an earnings play. There's the CRAVS. Yeah, okay. Just give me a moment, Poe. Just go to my homepage. Okay, go to my homepage. Okay, you can do that, right? Go to my homepage. Go down to the scan section, and you'll see pre-market actives up and down there. Okay, you know how to do that, right? Maybe JTB. And it'll continue to work, Poe. Just because it's pre-market, it doesn't stop at 9:30. So I mean, you can look at it still if you want. Now it's in grid format also. Okay. Must have some filter in there that. A lot of healthcare A lot of healthcare stocks on the move here, guys. Yeah, ACHC, another one, 18% move. It's not a low float, not crazy high, but is not a low float. Well, if your race is like no data, that would mean that whatever filters you've got in there, is it a large cap race, or is it's a race? It isn't, and you keep clicking on the square. Only time that happens to me is when there's no data. Oh, you remove the RSI and it worked. Hmm. Here's my top list for it. I mean, there's only one stock in here, but it's on my homepage. It's on my homepage. Okay. You're talking about this, the biggest gainers from the start of the race on my homepage. Please just go to my homepage. I'm sure you guys must know how to do that now. Click on my homepage link, go down to the scan section, and it's the large cap gainers. Well, remember this one. I mean, it's only got one stock in it, but interesting. And you've tried to, when you click on account and reset connection several times, you have to do it several times. Hmm. Don't know what to say. I mean, it happens every now and then to me. My top list goes blank, but only for seconds. And usually it's just a matter of, well, I don't even do anything. It just, well, that would mean then if you're not going to get any, if your top lists aren't working for some reason, it might be the server you guys are on. I'm not on that server. But here is this top list, just to show you my filters. I mean, I've got nothing in here that's preventing anything from happening in terms of, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's nothing preventing it. Okay, ONDS. This has been a really active stock. ONDS got up to 1428 on Friday. That was the high, so it's got a ways to go. Ah, son of a fill in the blanks, guys. Missed this one. Missed it. Shoot. It's perfect. Perfect on the reentry. Perfect. I was trying to help you guys on the top list stuff, and I must have just missed it. Here's the reentry of it. 673. I don't know how much further it's going to go up, but and also Pola, the same thing. Pola, nice reentry. Well, All right, CRML on the way down, guys. Critical metals. CRML, the next low looking left on it with this one is 1567. So there is room underneath for CRML to keep moving down if it wants to. Do you read any news, JTB? Fluence, FLNC, FLNC. All right, guys. CRVS on the move. The high in the pre-market is it's approaching it. 15 is the high in the pre-market. CRML continued down. Critical metals continued down. The next low looking left, again, is 1572, so it still has a little bit of room, but $1 to that. Didn't take it. Yeah, so it's funny. I was kind of waiting maybe for a re-entry from our AI in the CRVS. Well, it could happen later, but it's just ripping from the alert price. Well, you might have to change your browser or refresh Primod, okay? Unless I get a lot of people saying the same thing, it's on your end. So maybe just do a refresh or change your browser. Or just don't have to necessarily restart it. Just do a refresh, okay? I don't know what it looks like. It looks like almost a circle, two half arrows or circular arrows. Okay, that's the refresh. Maybe that's all you have to do. All right, now we're starting to see some silver plays. Here's Coeur d'Alene, CDE. It is now gone slightly negative. Boy, CRVS. God, I was hoping it would pull back a little bit more, but nope. Okay, now IBRX is pulled back. So if you took this one on the reentry, you obviously should have taken some off. I'm not saying you've taken everything off, but certainly you should have taken some off. Remember, it's not a low float. CRVS, guys, is just continues to keep moving. I outsmarted myself. I was waiting maybe for a re-entry. All right, guys. Well, listen, all I can tell you, you can't see my screen. It's not just not just the charts. You're going to have to do a refresh. Sorry about that. I don't know why it happens for some people. You're going to have to do a refresh. Maybe maybe you're going to have to exit and come back in. You might have to change your browser. Nothing I can do on my end. All right. What about this one? I don't recall this one at all. This looks like it's sort of an IPO from 2 days ago. DFTX. Is it an IPO from 2 days ago? All-time high? Well, here's that it is. Did you just do a refresh, or did you actually exit the app and come back in, Pramod? Were you able to do a refresh? So you're sort of staying within the app? It was a name change. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I didn't recall seeing that as an IPO. All right. Well, market is still kind of rallying a little bit here off the lows down here. Okay. Wow, Pola. That was a what I was talking about, guys. I just lost sight of it. I mean, both of these. Look at the Pola on a re-entry, 226, 274 now. Now this is pulled back, the 673, but it got up to 730. The Corvus just ripped. So far, AI has been pretty darn good this morning. Rippage, guys. DFTX. So where did I see that? That showed up on the this one right here. I think there it is. Yeah, 948, 1602. Okay, a little bit of room for the EOSE. A little bit of room. Just over 18 are the next highs. Okay, now CRVS has pulled back to a level that I was kind of interested in for some reason. I can't remember why, but it pulled back to it and then it popped off it. Intel, yeah. I wish the spread were better for Dawn, DAWN. Well, first of all, okay, let's take a look left. The next high is 1118, then 1165. DAWN. The spread is not great though. 1115. It's just not great. RGTI, what's this? The low right there is 2573. 2573. There's another low at 2585. So if it takes those out, the next low is 24. So there is some room. It's not 24, sorry, 2162. So there is some room if it can take that out. I'm going to put a price alert around 2370 for RGTI because if it does, that low right there is 2355. So, if it keeps sliding down, then your next low is certainly far enough away. Skyty, SKYT. All right, guys. HYMC 3942 was the alert. And of course, it's breaking out of this daily. How's silver doing? But before I would take this, so this is at 14%. What is silver doing right now? SLV. And silver is still actually starting to slide a bit. So HYMC is certainly, look what silver is doing. A little bit of a slide for silver from the highs, still at 5.9%, but HYMC doesn't care. HYMC is not following silver right now in the same percentage moves. Okay, this is a lifetime high, guy. Now, don't look at the pre-market, but CEPT lifetime high for Cantor Equity Partners. Okay, this is a blank check company. This is an all-time high now. All right, the DFTX is kept ripping higher. Siri, why? Whoops. No, did I activate anybody's Apple? Siri. See if I activated anything. Anyway, SIRI. This is what I've been. I've been a subscriber for about 15 years of this thing. So underneath 20, just underneath 20. Sorry, Pep. I shouldn't have done that. It's funny, way off topic, but with Google, you've got to go, hey, Google. I don't, no, well, it heard me. But so you just, it's funny that Siri just acts to that as opposed to they're saying, okay, Siri, or anything ahead of just saying Siri. Before I start talking about my homepage, you guys, some of my wife's an architect. So on the weekend, she downloaded the Blue Beam, okay, as a 414 day trial on one of my computers. And it was fascinating to listen to Gemini walk her through absolutely everything. Fascinating. It's like having an IT professional sitting right over your shoulder. It was fascinating. Like Bluebeam, I know you said to do that, or Gemini, I know you said to do this, but I don't see that on my toolbar. I don't see oh, okay. Well, this is what's happening. It was amazing, amazing. It's like having, and of course, with the patience of Job. So all you IT professionals out there who offer support, I don't know. And I don't think you're being sarcastic, are you, Pepe? Seriously, I mean, it was amazing, absolutely amazing. Here I'm watching football, and she's doing all this right beside me and asking Gemini, "Well, it didn't happen. This didn't happen. How come?" And oh, okay. Well, let's try this. I mean, it was amazing. There you go. Yeah. She wasn't doing that. She wasn't giving any screenshots, but it was just it's unbelievable how, I mean, it dives into the obviously has to get right into the user guide, and these are complicated. Some of these are pretty complicated programs. Anyway, I didn't want don't want to get off topic. I was just fascinated to see how that was working for her. All right, guys. Orla Mining. Is this anything to do with silver mining properties? Gold. So it's gold. It doesn't say anything about silver, but yeah. So I guess there must be an issue or something. Not for me. Others have mentioned the same thing unusual. So are you using the same top lists as you've had before with no issue? Hmm. Let me just find. Let me find out if Trinidad is operates on different servers, so it's just possible. Okay, Chris is saying the RSI filters are not working. Okay, the RSI filters are not working. So if you're using either even in an alert window, I guess, or in a top list, that's the issue. So I don't know why I don't use RSI. I have no RSI filter. So that's your fix, your short-term fix, okay? I mean, it's not perfect, but I mean, you're going to have to take out if you have an RSI filter in your top list or your alert window, you're going to have to remove it, okay? Until they figure out why that's happening. Okay? You apologize for that, but that's why it wasn't happening to me because I'm not using anything, not using the RSI filter. Really, you're not using RSI. Well, then it must be something else. Okay, I know I heard you. I heard you. Hmm. So, Poe, did you load mine? Well, load mine. I just want to see. Load mine, okay? Just load it and see what happens. Well, guys, I'm lagging behind here. All right, guys, I'm going to have to go over well, I don't have to, but I'm going to go over my homepage right now. And I've missed the boat on a few things here, but Tel Aviv, Pola, wow. What a fabulous reentry. Okay, guys, I'm just going to go over my homepage. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. And I checked the promo code. It is still working, so you can still get 22% off. If you want to take out a subscription, not sure how much longer it's going to be, but you can get 22% off all subscriptions. What do I mean by that? So 22% off the first month only of a premium or standard subscription, okay? Or 22% off an annual standard or premium subscription. But please listen carefully again on the monthly. If you take out a monthly subscription, you'll get 22% off the first month only. You want to maintain a monthly subscription? That's fine. But just remember, you will pay full rate after the first month. While I ask if you do take out a subscription, please use my code. I'm moderating two trading rooms right now, in one in YouTube, and then what I call the trading room. Okay, so if you use my code, it really helps. to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the use of the promo codes, and it really helps to keep the rooms free when they see enough people using my promo code. So for those of you in YouTube, there is a more active room. It's right here called the trading room. And this room is actually open until, just give me one moment. Okay, just give me one moment, guys. I'll be back in about a minute, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. So this trading room is open at actually 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Now, Obi opens it up. Thank you, Obi. Opens it up at 6:45 Eastern time. I open YouTube at around 8 o'clock. I get on mic for both rooms at around 9. Okay, so for those of you in YouTube, if you want to come into a way more active room, this is it. It's free. Okay, it's the same. It is free. And I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30, though I have been staying a little bit later. If I get a lot of questions, I'll continue to stay. But when I leave, William in the trading room usually keeps the room open after I leave. No, Obi nor William are obligated to do all this. So I'll just find out from William what time he thinks he might keep it open, if he's going to. Okay. And that room, if we go on the past few weeks, it's been open till about 3:45 Eastern time. So again, for those of you YouTube, if you want a more active room, you can get in it, and it'll be open from about 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Education. I mean, it's easy enough to construct it, Poe, but I don't have one. I don't. I like to separate them. The pre-market act is up and the pre-market act is down. Okay, it's easy enough to construct it, though. Just try one of them, okay, just to see if you have data. I mean, that's really the exercise. Education. So click on, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, click on that education section, getting started with Trade Ideas, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas, I would start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not you want to try us for at least a month. You know, if you try us for a month and you don't like it, just let us know, and that's it. There's no long-term commitment or anything, okay? Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Back to basics, 15 free videos if you're new to trading. Looking for information that I'm sharing in the custom scan area, just click, well, if you clicked on my homepage, scroll down, and here's what I'm sharing right now. Here's the large cap race right at the top here. Here is the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside right there. I have another race that I'm sharing, a more volatile race also. This is what I use in the pre-market actives up. Really? So it must be the server you're on. Must be the server. That's really strange. Let me just want to just make sure. Now I've got no data. Wow. So I've got no data now either. I had data in the pre-market. I had that, and it's not because it's past 9:30. I don't have a yeah. So top lists are going a little yeah. Interesting. Ah, you know what? I have the RSI in here for some reason. I don't know why. Don't know why. Let me just get rid of it. I know people say that it doesn't matter, but let me just see if that matters for me. Yes. So I got rid of the RSI in my. It worked in the pre-market. So if you get rid of the, and now I know some are saying, well, I don't have RSI, I'm still not getting data, but you saw what I just did. Okay, so get rid of the RSI, but it, okay, but it's interesting because it was working for me in the pre-market. Otherwise, I couldn't have gone over all the things that were moving up and down. Anyway, guys, you have any questions about all the information that I'm sharing from my homepage in that scan section? This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. No, it's a top list window. I mean, it's a top list window. Pizza. Okay, pizza's on the move, guys. I wonder if there. I remember this one was a potential buyout a few months ago. It didn't happen, but it's starting to move a little bit here. But the next high looking left for me, too close, 37.68. All right, guys. CRVS is trying to hold 15 here. Trying to hold 15. Let's see if I can pop off 15. The high today was way up there around 1665. Oh man, EOSE. I mentioned this one just a little while ago at 1763, $18 now. So what do they do? Battery storage, okay. SK, yeah, you said you took the up down 25 cent, etc. That scan, and you ran your back tester on it. Is it still giving you some decent alerts? I think you said that on Friday. Now, did you add any filters to reduce the number of signals coming through or symbols coming through? Did you do anything? I was trying to do something, but I honestly. So what's the 1 minute? Yes, 1 minute, meaning what? You added 1 minute volume as opposed to 5 minute volume. Oh, don't repeat. No, but I'm not talking. But that's still the filters. Still, the filters are still going to be the same. I was wondering if you did anything to the actual filters themselves, the values, added a filter in. Relative volume of 6. So that is what you added. Okay. That will do it. That'll reduce. That's the one. Okay. Are you just going long, or are you going short also? Are you just going long? You do have both. Okay. You mean holding for a longer period really mess it up? Because I think you said 10 minutes, right? On Friday, you said 10 minutes. Okay, so the market is right back down, not quite to the pre-market lows, but it is, right around those pre-market lows now. And when I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. Dow's down 694, Qs are down 10, SPYs are down 10. You know what? With that in mind, I'm going to do this. I'm going to try to remember to do this around 10:30 every day, but it's a little, I'm going to do it, at least by 10:30 every day. So I'm going to click on new from the toolbar, I'm going to click on docked channel bar, and these are all theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the show more and go down to the sector status. Let's see what's happening on the sector status. Silver should be right at the top. Yes. And gold. So what you're seeing here, these are some of the sectors that we're following in the sector list, okay? Not is every single sector in here? Of course not. But silver, SLV, you can see it is up 5.7% from Friday's close, gold 3.4%, etc. So probably there's only 3 of them, only 3 of the sectors in this list that are positive. 84% are negative. Okay. So, and you can see the 3 of them. Okay. I mean, XLE is basically flat, but let's go down to the bottom and let's see what is the worst performing sector, and go down here, and IYT, which is what? Transportation ETF. Okay. Transportation ETF. This is home builders, XHB. So these are right now, these are the 2 worst performing sectors as we speak. in the list that we've got, okay? Now, you can now look at individual sectors on these charts right here, on these are top list windows. Notice that they're all populating. So you look at industrials, XLI, 98% are down. The only one that's up is PayC for some reason. Okay. PayC for some reason. That's the only one that's up. But here's the exercise. I mean, well, what's the worst one? Wow, look at MMM, 3M. Look at that, down 5.8%. Okay. That's the worst one in the industrial sector in the list that we've got anyway. So, I mean, there's not one positive sector. I mean, the best we can say is XLE is 50-50. 50% are up, 50% are down. So here's STRA up 3.2%. And if you scroll down, what's the worst one? Not, I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, it's down 0.9% COP. So the energy sector is, I mean, it's the best sector today because it's only 50% are down, 50% are up. Okay. So if you want, you can, some of you, that's maybe all you're going to do. You're going to take a look at the strongest sectors, maybe try to trade a stock in the strong sector, or take a look at the weak sector, maybe short a stock in the weak sector. Take a look at these individual sectors here. Check to see what is the best performing one versus the worst performing one. It's a way to use trade ideas just by concentrating on this particular channel. Well, IBRX, yeah, great on the reentry. You even had another chance to get it when it came back down into the VWAP. So if you have the AI guys, I mean, it's like a watch list all day long. And even the Polo was even better in terms of a reentry. Yeah, whoa, yeah, the market is trying to bounce. All of a sudden, yeah, something. There's nothing on the economic indicator. I look at the calendar today. Nothing at 10 o'clock or 10:25 or 10:30. There's nothing happening. But SPY is definitely trying to pop. Well, it says does not issue ruling. Still does not issue a ruling unless there's something else somewhere. All right, guys. How about Zeta? ZETA on the move here. Has some room. Okay, got some room. 2162. So it has $1. Not saying it's going to get there. Boy, this was bit of a disaster. Bit of a disaster in the making, guys. VITL had an alert at 2771 underneath 27 now. And on a monthly chart, the next low is 2267. Not saying it's going to get there, but this has got room underneath to move, and that is the VITL. Are you just talking about today, Unusual Tech? I don't have any custom formulas, so I can't say, yeah, it's the same thing. It's happening to me. But are you saying this is just happening today with your top list with custom formulas, or in general, or is it just today? We appear to be having an issue for some of you anyway. Okay. And you don't have RSI. Yeah, I mean, you've already said you do not have RSI. Okay. It might be, unfortunately, it might be server. And you've done a refresh on your account. You've done a maybe. I mean, I hate to ask you, but what if you exit trade ideas and come back in? I know you're going to maybe lose some of your original alerts, but what if you do that? Oh, okay, you've already done that. Okay. Yeah, there might be another filter. There might be another filter other than RSI. Unusual. Well, can you take out your custom formula and just give and put the cloud link in? You can put it back in, of course, so I can take a look at it just to see. Come on, Zeta. Okay, Zeta, Zeta, Zeta. I don't know what to expect on it. No, no, but I just want to see. I understand. I don't mean you have to take it out forever. I just want to see if the problem is I cannot your custom formula doesn't translate to me, okay? A copy to me. So just remove that. You can always put it back in, of course. But I just want to load it to see if there's what I get on my end without the custom formula. You guys are talking SEGE, right? I didn't see that one in any of my scans. Wow. Oh, the lottery. That's right. The lottery one from last week. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Ah, okay. Well, this Zeta is working a little bit for me. Okay, let me see if I can. So just one. Okay, one window. Thank you for not putting a whole layout in. Okay, so I am obviously so it may be a server issue. Okay, or okay, when you removed it, is are you getting data from your? Oh, I see. It works. Now, is your custom, is it possible that your custom is preventing? What is it trying to do? What is your custom trying to yeah, what is your custom formula? What is it doing? I mean, is it possible that it's blocking? It might yeah, it's SKM. It may be the server you guys are on. I mean, we have different servers, so maybe one of the servers is acting up. Okay, well, I believe you. I believe you. All right, oh, I believe you that. And you're 100% convinced that, you should get some alerts from that, right? Unusual Tech? If you have that custom formula in there? Okay. So so even though so on a day that the market is down, it doesn't matter. Okay, I just wanna make sure. Okay, so I was just gonna wonder about a price greater than VWAP? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty simple. All right. Well, the Zeta is working for me. Penny by penny. Zeta. Only trade I've taken today so far. Just kicking myself for missing some great AI ones. On the reentry. Now, Zeta, again, as I said before, has some room, has about $1 now. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just trying to ride this wave, riding the wave. Okay. No reason for me to get out of this trade. Now, as it gets closer to that whole number of 21, I may take some off. It's a big float, 213 million. So unless something happens, it shouldn't be too volatile. It will be. Anybody want to know how to get the wave onto your charts? Just let me know. Okay. It's part of the standard service. So it's not an add on as such, it's part of the standard service. I find it really helps me. Maybe it doesn't help you. That's fine. But it helps me keep in trades. Okay, Brian. So how do you get you're talking about these, the buy and sell right here. Now, understand, you will not get an alert when one happens. Okay, a lot of times now, if you happen to click on an alert or a symbol and it happens to be in the area, great. But so how to get it? So this is called trade wave. So I'm going to demonstrate on the daily chart. I don't have trade wave on the daily chart. Okay, so first thing you have to do, if you right click on your chart, doesn't matter what time frame, right click, and you see where it says use browser interface, you must check that. Okay. So when you check, now you won't, if you've never done it before, you're not going to get the wave on your chart. Okay. But that's the first step. So if you right click again on any time frame, use browser interface. If it's already checked, don't uncheck it. Just make sure that is checked. So I'm going to go step by step. So Brian and anybody else, are we good? Use browser interface is checked. Because that's your first step. Now, when you do that, hopefully you start to see slightly different icons that you saw when it was unchecked. One of them, just to the left of the anchor, is an indicator icon. I'm pointing at it. So just to the left of that little anchor. And hopefully if you see that, then you'll click on it. Okay, you just left click on it and look, one of the options underneath is called trade wave. If I click on that, it's a toggle on and off. So when I click on it, trade wave is going to disappear. So if I click on it again, that's the indicator, just again, right to the left of the anchor, and click on trade wave again, and now it's going to appear. Okay. So did that work? That gets the trade wave activated on your chart. Okay. Now you will start to see some buy and sell flags. Okay. But more importantly for me, it's following the wave. It's not so much, I mean, I didn't get into this because I saw a buy flag down here. Okay. I can't remember It came from this scan here, okay, the up down 25 cents, etc. The Williams scan. Well, so it wasn't a matter of my seeing the buy flag. I use TradeWave in order to keep me in trades. Ah, you forgot to save it. Okay. Now, for some of you, if you're saying, "Well, wait a minute, I'm not seeing that icon beside the anchor," maybe you don't even see the anchor. If you see FX, okay, if you see FX as an option, click on that, and then you'll see the trade wave as an option. Okay, so if you have FX, and all that means is you're on a later, like a pretty late version or early version of trade ideas, earlier version of trade ideas. Okay. So some of you may see FX. Now, if you can't see anything at all, it means your chart is too small. Okay. See how I've shrunk my chart a bit? I don't see anything. So the chart has to be at least a sufficient size for you to see these icons. That's right. I went to 4 o'clock on Friday. Yeah, don't forget to anything you do, don't forget to save your layout. As Brian said, he forgot to save the layout. Anything you do, any change you make, at the very, very least, when you exit trade ideas, which you must do every day, you cannot leave trade ideas running overnight. Okay. So at the very least, if you click on file and then exit, it's going to ask you, do you want this layout that you've got up and running? You want that to be loaded the next time you load trade ideas. If you say yes, then everything you've done will be saved. At the very least, do that. Sure, I'll do that, William, as long as I can maybe start at 8 o'clock my time. But listen, yeah, in all seriousness, I'll stay. I'll stay as long as there are questions. I will stay as long as there are questions. Man, SEG. Wow. And this is now halted again on the way up. Low float, 4.8 million in the float. That is something I cannot control, Ali Wong. Sometimes the questions do not come to mind until I sign off. Well, that was awesome. I mean, yeah, we went right to 4 o'clock on Friday. I'm surprised you liked it, William, because it wasn't talking stocks really. It was more. I remember most of the questions were about automated trading and brokerage plus and all those sort of things, which to be honest, I really don't have that much experience with because I don't use it. But wasn't really talking stock too much, so I'm surprised you would like that. Oh, I see. It was a human interaction. Okay. All right, guys. Wi-Fi, WYFI. What is the next high in a monthly chart? 2172. So there's obviously some room. Let's put a price alert just over, and you can see on the daily chart. You can see like 2027. Ah, that's why I don't like having the wave on my using the browser interface on my intraday, on my daily and weekly, monthly, because it's hard for me to see where the next high is without going through a couple extra steps. Anyway, 2006 is and 2017. So I'll put a price alert around that 2020 mark and see if it takes it out later. If it does, there is a little bit of room to 21 for the WYFI. Well, it's funny because I don't think I saw in Williams scan. I don't think I saw it. Ah, I know why. I know exactly why. I think I put a, minimum price. I think I changed the minimum price. No, 2 and 50 is my, now you that okay. I wouldn't have seen it down here. I would have only seen it on a 2 break max anyway, because I have a minimum of $2 now on that scan. I don't know. I think that's what he had before, but do you have $1 SKM? What's your minimum? It is 2. All right, maybe my eyes are deceiving me here. Okay. And you said we're talking Eastern time, right? 10:38. I do not have an alert for it. You're talking 10:30. You're talking this is the don't repeat version. You're talking Eastern time. Yeah, for some reason, I do not have an alert for it. Wonder why. Maybe you changed something else that relaxed something. I know you. It's the relative volume. Even I know you've added it, but did you take out the daily volume of 500,000 shares a day or over 10 days? Did you take that out by any chance? Because I'm not sure it would have traded half a million shares on average over the last 10 days, though probably there's got to be some reason. Okay. Okay. Let's take a look at it. And it's just a, okay, one alert window. Okay. Do a little comparison and let's see what's happening. Okay. Obviously, SEG is there. See if I can quickly eyeball why. That's the reason. Yeah, that's the reason. You took out the 500, you took out the 500,000 minimum over the last 10 days. That's the reason. I took that out also earlier, and I was just getting swamped by alerts. So that okay, so that you understand. So that's the reason. Okay. Now, taking that out, but adding, well, I don't see where you added the relative. I don't see where you added the relative volume has to be 6. Now, the other thing that you did is you took the float. Now, what is the float? Yeah, we put a 10 million. We put 10 million as a minimum also. Just so we're getting too many alerts, okay? So I'm sure you're getting a lot of alerts here, a lot more than I'm getting, that's for sure. So it's a matter of like, which one do you pick? I mean, obviously SEEG was really good. And also, well, look at this though. I mean, I now are you getting how many are you getting actually as alerts on the pullbacks? There, here's your type, okay, which is the new high. How many are you actually getting on pullbacks out of curiosity? So Pepe's saying that you're returning null that formula, but he also said that using just price greater than VWAP, he wasn't, just adding that in, he wasn't getting any data. Well, well, there's SEGG, yeah, on the run again, except up and pull back. Okay, guys, I have as Zeta is starting to stall, got close to the whole number on that little move here, even though, but I'm still in it. Okay, I didn't get rid of everything. That little move down here, as it was getting closer to that whole number, I have, excuse me, I have taken some off the Zeta, but now what I'm watching for right here is that it's flattening out. Okay, this is starting to get into a mini accumulation mode or consolidation mode. Okay, it's on the 2 minute. So now I'm going to watch to see whether or not this starts to curl down, and that might get me out. But right now, I'm going to hold on to some of the Zeta. So interesting. So I'm just, I'm watching this now. So on your scan, it's a pullback. IVRX is now a little pullback. CRVS, guys. CRVS is now popping through 16. Okay. CRVS is popping through 16. The high today was 1665. A little later, maybe, RC. What do I think about the Bills game? Okay, Lenny, I won't try to pronounce everything, but in our YouTube room, go ahead. Yeah, so we appear to have a problem. Okay, do apologize. We do seem to have a problem. Anybody using the with custom formulas or the formula editor, we're aware of it. Okay, and the development team is trying to figure out what's going on. Okay. I apologize for that. Yeah, no, it appears that even, putting an RSI, it could be other filters also. RSI seems to affect it too, but they are aware of it. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, any custom formula, it doesn't appear to be working. Okay, Lenin, or maybe some of, yeah, we are aware. We are aware. Well, I don't use custom formulas, so that's consequently that didn't affect me. But I understand, yeah, those of you who are using custom formulas, it is affecting, or it is affecting you. Interesting. You only use, yeah, yeah. So that's the reason. You just, I mean, I don't have any time on when it's going to be fixed. Okay, guys, I'm kind of I'm just looking at the differences between what I'm getting and you're getting, and it's basically the 500,000 on average over the last 10 days plus The 10 million in the float. All right. So actually, William says he's going to keep the room open until about 3:55 today. A lot of earnings after hours today. So wow, we're certainly getting into earnings season in a big way. All right, AMLX. I mean, it looks a little extended, but let's take a look at it. The next high on a monthly chart, 1696. So there's certainly room there. But on the daily chart, not as well, actually. Yeah, so there is so weekly chart. Same. So 1692. I wish it were not quite as extended, but it is definitely moving here. AMLX. Yeah, so relative volume filter doesn't work in the pre-market, Ken. So you cannot, okay? You cannot use the relative volume filter in the pre-market. Now, what you can do is if you use the volume percent, if you use this, okay, the volume today percent, okay, if you use that, okay, it's not the worst thing to use that in the pre-market because let's just say, for instance, the stock was, 50% in the pre-market. That means it's traded 50% of what it normally does all day long, and it's already done that in the pre-market, as an example. Okay, but you cannot use the relative volume filter in the pre-market. It just doesn't work. Once the market opens, relative volume is way better than the volume to 8%, in my opinion, anyway. But yeah, this it's a bit of it's not bad. I mean, using that in the pre-market. Okay, well, thank you, Lenny. Okay, guys. What time is it now? 11:08. So yeah, I'll be taking a break in about 50 minutes from now. I loaded a layout from December 2025 and everything worked. You mean with custom? Like, I don't know if you have custom formulas or RSI or so. When you say everything worked, really? Well, that's interesting. Now, is it possible? Did you just load it now? But did you just load it now? I'm just wondering. Maybe the problem has been. Oh, okay. And you still had a problem with other scans though that had custom front. Okay. Well, that's bizarre. Unless it is specific custom formulas, and I mean, I don't know, guys. I mean, obviously, I just don't know. I just don't have to wait for the fix, and it appears that certainly RSI appears to be a major problem. All right, MRAM now. MRAM. This is interesting to me. It had a little pullback, hanging over 15. Relative. That's a great relative volume. Reasonably low float. Not that the float has to be low, but and it's just hanging over. I don't like the spread. 1508, 1519. Don't love the spread right now for MRAM. Well, IB should be open all the time anyway. Okay, yeah. So the answer is yes. But why are you connecting? Why are you wanting to trade live, Brian? Connecting to your IB account so you can trade using Brokerage Plus and live? Okay. Now, is there any reason why you want to do that? I mean, listen, you want to use Brokerage Plus from within Trade Ideas to trade, you can do that. You don't have to, though. You don't have to. You can just use the external linking tool, and so that when you click on a symbol, it loads into your order entry into IB. But okay, I mean, but yes, of course, you can have. You've got to have IB open. Yeah, I think people are confused that in order to use Trade Ideas, you have to be able to use Brokerage Plus or something. You can just use this. This is all I do. I mean, tools, external linking. Okay, tools, external linking. Notice I am connected to Interactive Brokers. This has got nothing to do with Brokerage Plus. Okay, nothing to do with it. So you just follow the instructions. You click on Add Link. I've already done it, of course, but add the link, and you just follow these instructions. So you just you see my mouse pointer, I just put it right in the order entry in Interactive Brokers, and then I hit the shift key, and that establishes the link. The only other thing you have to do is go down to the rules. It's grayed out for me, okay? But if rules will not be grayed out, and there's a little down arrow, and you just pick IB Interactive Brokers Live, and then you're connected. Okay, so what it is so that means every time you click on a symbol, it loads into your Interactive Brokers platform. And that's all I do. I don't use Brokers Plus to trade. You don't have to. Did you go to the rules? I mean, it's very simple. We really connect well. External linking, add the link. Okay, that I mean, you would have nothing. You add the link, and you should get this little pop up while keeping the window active. Mouse over the target window. You put your pointer. Here's my pointer. Can't show you because it's I don't want to show my account. So you put it right in the order entry, right in the order entry. So you put your pointer right in the order entry, and then you hit the shift key, and that selects the window. Okay. And then the only other thing you have to do is go to the rules, and it's grayed out for me because it's already been selected. And then, but there's a little down arrow, and you just pick Interactive Brokers Live. Okay. Well, the order entry. I mean, we're in Interactive Brokers. You should have an order entry field. I mean, where the symbols. If you're gonna trade from within order entry, Interactive Brokers. I mean, I don't know how. I mean, how familiar are you with IB? I mean, that's the main. Like, how would you have to have the order entry up and running where, and there's a little box right underneath. It says order entry, and there's a little box. I mean, that's how you would trade. If you didn't have trade ideas at all. You just have Interactive Brokers, and you want to trade. You have an order entry. Maybe you don't know Interactive Brokers well enough. Again, I can't show you because I don't want to display my account. What I could do maybe. Okay. See, it looks like this. See, it looks like this order entry, and there. So you put your pointer right in there, and then you hit the shift key. That'll start the process, and then you just have to go down to the rules and select Interactive Brokers Live. I mean, I can't show you. Well, Zeta's still hanging in, guys. Zeta is still kind of hanging in. It's not. It hasn't turned blue. It hasn't turned orange yet. So I still have some left. Now let's take a look at it on a 1 minute chart. Yeah, you see how a little bit of orange was creeping in on the 1 minute chart, a little bit of orange, but nothing dramatic, not like a big turn down or anything. But all right, OSS, One Stop Systems. Now this had a big week last week. Now the next high looking left is now 1190, so it's too close. And then 1230. So unfortunately for me, I'm getting the alert, but I'm looking left, and there could be some blockage. Could be. Well, if you took the Pola, hopefully, guys, I mean, don't be crazy. I mean, that was a tremendous move, but now from the AI, you had to take some profit. So you hit the caps lock instead of shift. Okay, well that's the reason. You have to start again. So just do it again. I mean, you make sure you hit shift. I can see like caps lock is just above shift on the keyboard. So yeah, so just hit shift. Start again. Add the link. Just exit, whatever. Just exit. I don't mean exit trade ideas. Just start again. Okay, guys. I know I missed the RCAT. Where did RCAT show up the first time? Here's RCAT, RCAT. Over 15 though, over the whole number. Actually, not bad. A little bit of consolidation break here now. The next high in the monthly is 1677. So it's on the weekly about 1622. So there is a little bit of room now, guys, for RCAT, RCAT. All right, let me try this. I'm going to delete it. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna start from scratch. Add link. I'm going to hover over right in the order entry. I'm going to hit the shift key. It's done. And then I go down to rules and interactive brokers live. It's done. Okay. So I'm not sure what's happening with you. The only way you get the only way you get pink is if you hit the wrong, like didn't hit shift or something as you did before. Ah, son of a bam, 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 bam. RCAT guys, I wanted to take that one. Shoot. Oh man. When it turns pink, it means you've hit the wrong key or something. No, you don't. You have to put your mouse pointer in the order entry first, and then you hit shift. You don't click on the window. Okay. You put your mouse pointer in here. Don't click yet, and then you hit shift. Then you hit shift. and that'll start the process. And then you have to go to the rules, the drop down, and pick Interactive Brokers Live. So you don't click on this. Just put the pointer right in. Don't do anything other than put the pointer in the order entry box, and then hit Shift on your keyboard. Okay. Ask Gemini. I bet you Gemini. Just give me a moment.
As administrator. For the two programs to talk to each other at the system level, they must have elevated permissions. Close both.
Well, I don't know how to help you, Brian. I honestly don't know how to help you then. Like Pepe, do you have to run? I mean, I don't think I've ever done it. You have to run both as run as administrator for trade ideas and IB. Yeah, I didn't think so. Well, I don't know how to help you, Brian. I'm really sorry because I demonstrated right on the screen. It's really a fairly simple process. I'm not. I mean, there's nothing more I can help with. You know, you've got your order entry. As long as you've got your order entry in Interactive Brokers, and you just put your pointer right there without doing anything else. Don't do anything else, and then hit the Shift key, and that starts the link. It starts the that starts the link, but then you just have to go to that rules section and scroll down and pick Interactive Brokers Live. So I honestly don't know how to help. Truly, I'm sorry. But Gemini was actually saying exactly the same thing as I was saying. I decided to just go into Gemini, and it said exactly the same thing. All right, guys, keep an eye on Wolf here. The high on Friday was 2101, the high and 2088. And then, so if you can take out, because look at the room it's got $23. So I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but I'm going to put a price alert around 2103. See if it gets there. Okay, number one. So I want to see if it gets there because it's got some room on the daily chart. It would like 21. That would have about $2 to the next high, approximately. Okay, guys, I have about half an hour. It's Chris Farley. He'll be on YouTube today, Tuesday. He's going to do today. When I take my break at noon Eastern time, Chris will take over for me in our YouTube room. And go easy on him, guys. Okay, he has no control over, the fact that we're having this problem. Okay, he has no. I mean, he's well aware of it, and he's in contact with the development team. So, all right, D Pro just showed up. Okay, Dragon, not Dragonfly, but look left again. Look at the daily chart. Could be all sorts of blockage between the current price and 1037. So I can't take the trade. Wolf is still looking interesting, guys. I mean, if it takes out that 21 mark, again, the next high looking left is 2101. Today we got the 2098. So 2101, I mean, we're almost right there. And it's just a matter of looking left. I mean, where it could go. It's a little bit extended, but it's been kind of basing just underneath 21. And just as I'm speaking about it, okay, guys, 2102, 2109, 2101, 2109, bit of a spread issue right now. I'm talking about right now, 2101, 2109, bit of a spread issue. Hey, guys, give me one moment. Give me about a minute. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Zeta is still, I mean, it's just for me. I'm still in this one. It's just hanging over or underneath the 21. Well, it's possible. I don't know. Pepe, maybe you can answer that. Would a VPN block the connection? I mean, I guess I don't know enough about that to. I know what I know what a VPN is, but it's possible. But I don't know. Pepe almost for sure would know. DraftKings on the move here, guys. DKNG on the move. Had a bad day. Well, actually, it's still bad. A bad day on Friday. Not a great day today, but it's trying to come back. It's at the high of the day. So it is trying to come back. Benchmark, it's a $37 target. Well, yeah, look at DraftKings on the move here, guys. DraftKings on the move. DKNG on the move. And that's not the reason. I mean, this benchmark, this was in the pre-market. So it's not that that just happened. So something's put a charge into DraftKings. I don't know. Maybe they were betting on the NFL. I don't know. I mean, I don't have a specific reason for it, but something is happening. Well, you know what? Another gambling. So the gambling stocks are going a little bit crazy here. Here's Penn. So the gambling stocks, Penn, DraftKings. So that's got to be the reason, I guess, Brian, as Pepe is saying, the VPN blocking it. We can't do anything about that. Okay, guys. Wolf took it out. You can see what happened. Wolf took it out. Remember when I was looking at with 2109, 2109, but then the spread sort of tightened a bit. Okay, so let's see how much further this can go. Okay, try to induce it upwards just a little bit more. Ah, shoot. Sorry, I forgot to turn that mic. My mic was on. So sorry, guys. Well, I'm in the wolf. Okay. Then when we're looking at it, it was 2101, 2109. Spread tightened up just a little bit enough for me to get into this one around the 2110 mark. And that's for the wolf, WOLF, WOLF. And, it's got room to 23. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. Now, was I on mute when I was talking about DraftKings and all, DKNG? BKNG just ripped, and another gaming stock ripped also for a while anyway. Penn and both DKNG. But I don't know if I was on mute when I was talking about them. What happened to DraftKings? So pull back a little bit. Had to be something that hit this because, I mean, this news, I mean, call it news, I mean, benchmark with a $37 price target, but that was oh, okay, thank you. Gambling ruling on a judge in Massachusetts. Okay. That hasn't hit. So your news obviously has hit it. I don't see. All right, Wolf. Okay, so I wasn't on mute. Okay, I wasn't sure at what point I was on mute. Perfect circle. Ah, so it's not so much that, I mean, it's positive news, I guess. But this Kalshi, which is a predictive service. But I thought DraftKings was doing that also. Like, aren't they all doing kind of some form of predictive services? Whatever the correct terminology is. All right, so this was halted on the way down, I guess, and it opened. This is SYPR. Okay, so look at Wolf. Now, I mean, the way I look at these waves, okay, it's if the bottom of the bar is not touching the top of the wave, that gets me a little bit, but it's not so far above. Let me see if I could. Well, like here, look at the 5 minute. See how far above that is on the 5 minute? It's still not. It's not terrible on the 2 minute. I start to think about people taking profit here. That was probably a poor explanation on my part, but I'm just watching this right now. Interesting that on the 2 minute, it's still kind of touching. The further it gets away, though, it gets parabolic. For the bar getting further away from the bottom of the bar getting further away from the top of the wave, it starts to me. It's it's obviously getting somewhat parabolic, and that's when I start to think people will take some profit. So, and what time is it now? 1:43. So I'm going to be taking a break soon. So okay, so I have taken some off. Okay, I have taken some off for the Wolf, just because it's getting a little bit parabolic. It's losing contact with the top of the wave, especially in the 5 minute. And that's how I use it. Okay, it's not. You don't have to do the same thing, but I'm not going to get out of my position totally. I'm going to follow it now. But that is interesting that it's happening on the 5 and not on the 2. But there's a nice little break on that 21. On the 21. That's all I was waiting for. Now, again, why? Because look left, and that was the next high, and had room to run. I'm not saying it's going to get to $23, but at least I didn't have to worry about any chart resistance on the daily chart. But you can just sort of see that it's definitely got parabolic right on the 5-minute. All right, guys, I have about 15 minutes left before I take my break. Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. So I didn't click on QGen until now. So obviously gains on reported swaying options. So it's amid takeover interest. Okay. I'm sure you must have posted that, William. I know. So it got halted, popped. Our AI tried to short it. Oh, I suggested short, not working yet. Now you can see there's the stop. So it would have got stopped out. Now if it comes halfway between that stop price and the original short op, which is going to be about 53.22 or so, we could get a re-entry on a short. Could. Wow, wolf. Nice. I mean, it looks so parabolic, but it didn't really matter. It just had to take out that 21. Oh, not the, okay. Well, it looks like considering strategic options amid fresh interest, that was the news I have anyway. Mobileye. Pop here. Has earnings coming up. MBLY has earnings coming up, but to me, I mean, you look at this, a little over $11. To me, there is resistance. If we can take that out, then you've got a shot maybe to the 1150 mark. But for me, it's just not enough room for me to take that trade. Even a lot of volume just came in. So they released Thursday morning before the market opens. The prison stock, let's see, CXW. All right, guys. Well, another 10 minutes or so. So if you have any questions before I take my break, please ask them now. And we'll put in my homepage link. No, not the first link. I accidentally hit another key. So if you're looking for a subscription, here's a promo code you can use. You can get 22% off everything the first month only, or the entire year of either our premium or standard subscriptions. Education section is down here. If you do take out a subscription, first thing to do is the getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and wondering about the program, you can start off on that second video. After watching 11 videos, you should have an idea about whether or not you don't want to try us at all. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just let us know. Back to basics, free series of videos for you if you're new to trading, 15 of them. And if you're looking for information that I'm currently sharing, right here, okay? And that's in my scan section. So I'm still in two trades right now, guys. The Zeta and the Wolf. They're both now. The Wolf is really well. The Wolf to me is really parabolic. You know, it's really parabolic right now. But again, no reason to get out of my entire position. I've already taken some off, but see how the cloud is now getting wider, which indicates a little more parabolic, more of a parabolic move. But on the interesting thing though is that the bottom of the bars are still connected to the top of the wave. Here they're not on the 5. Zeta is nowhere near as parabolic. Well, here's an earnings play, guys. It's a bank, Fifth Bank Core, FITB, 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 an earnings play. Nice one. I mean, it's just sort of look at the wave here. If you'd taken this one, it's not a matter if if you had clicked on the alert and the buy flag appeared. Yeah, it's coincidentally perhaps, but look how beautiful the wave is. Pretty narrow, just starting to lose sight or lose contact at the top here. And it's a big float, 657 million. So we're going to get I think a lot of the regional banks this week. Well, you must be storing all your cash in there, William. So that must be the reason why the pop for FITB. Yeah, we're having a problem, Michael Davies. We're having a problem with custom formulas. Okay, the company is aware of it. So when Chris gets in, I mean, you can ask him, but he's been in contact with he's alerted the developers, so they are aware of it. Chris is going to take over for me in about 5 minutes, okay? But don't beat him up. He doesn't have anything to do. He can't tell you when it's going to be fixed. It's just a matter. We know there is a problem. And I'm not just talking to you, Michael. I mean, others I know. It's frustrating. I understand. Okay, guys, it's now 11:55 Eastern time. So for those of you who are in the main room, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris while he takes over for me in our YouTube room for about an hour between 12 and 1. Okay, so there's the YouTube link. And I'll put my announcement. And now I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Whew. Now I'm going to be. Oh, do I consider Micron? Well, I know it had a massive move after earnings, but no, I mean it's still strong. I mean it's still a really strong stock. I don't know if it's overbought, but I mean it's still a strong stock. It had a great move from I guess its earnings date, and it has just kept moving. But I mean, look at the weekly chart. I mean, now if you're looking at intraday, I mean, yeah, maybe. If you're looking at an intraday move, but if you're looking at the more macro picture, I mean, this is still a very strong stock. Got up to 381. I mean, that's a big move down. From the high 381, 381, yeah, 381 down to 366. I get that, but still a really strong stock. It's something I don't trade just because it's out of the price range I like, but no, man, Wolf and Zeta. I thought I'd get rid of them both. Yeah, I mean, it's always, challenging to try to short a very strong stock. I mean, this is super strong. It's on all-time high. Yes, I mean, the market is weak today, and I'm sure that's had a bit of an effect. I mean, it's still up. It's still up 1%, but it's still a very strong stock. Wow, Wolf might take out that whole number. Even Zeta might take out the whole number. So yeah, I'll have a workout. Most of the time when I take my breaks, I'm doing a bit of a workout, but I'll be right in front of my screen. So I can just keep an eye. What you guys don't see, I have another monitor and I have the stocks that I'm in. I have them thumbnailed, so I can always, of course, keep an eye on them. It's not a matter of seeing them here. But look at Wolf now. I mean, this is getting close to that 22 break. All right, I heard a little pop, so I think Chris is in our YouTube room now. So guys in the main room, I'll see you in about 1 hour. I've put the YouTube link in, so you can head over and listen to Chris for his hour between 12 and 1. So I'm putting myself on mute now in the main room. And now I can welcome Mr. Christopher Varley into the YouTube room. And I've told them not to take it out on you. Okay.
I do appreciate that.
Yeah, seriously
See
though.
if anybody
I mean,
was listening or not. But
yeah, well,
I mean,
but yeah,
mostly everybody that's emailed in has been nice. There's been a few people that have been, let's call it, less than cordial. Look, if I had as I'd like to generally tell people, say it here because I think it gets the context with my tone of voice. If I had a switch, I could just flip and say fix. I'd have flipped it right at the beginning of the day when I woke up, but unfortunately, not the way things work, as you well know.
Yep. And it didn't affect me at all because I'm not using any custom formulas or RSI or anything like that.
That's the other tough part. Is it took me a little bit to understand what was going on, because first I can't even tell you how many people emailed in this morning. My scan's not working in the pre-market, and at least half those people were using relative volume in the scans. So I'm like, well, it's not going to work because it uses relative volume. So then once they're removing the relative volume, they're like, well, now it's still not working. But it's the same thing as going to the mechanic and saying there's something wrong with my car, and then walking away from them. I'm going to need a little more. Is there a sound? Is it wobbling? Does it not start? So on and so forth. And then eventually, as I was poking through different things, I found that the running up alert was the first thing that I noticed, and it was only alerting almost all ETFs. So I was like, okay, well, that explains some of this. And then I had someone that emailed back and forth with me that was using, I think it was a scan of yours, or I thought that's what they said, and it had RSI in it. And the RSI field was blank. And I said, that's strange. But then I have to start going back and troubleshooting stuff to prior days, starting looking at individual stocks. Is it just the stock didn't trade? It's not just a straightforward, hey, this isn't working.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyways.
Okay. Well, I'll let you handle it. I'll let you handle it. I'll be back in about an hour, Chris. So thanks again for spelling me.
Sounds good. Hopefully I'll be alive.
Okay.
Enjoy your break, Barry.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So, I got to swap my screen. Bear with me, folks. My apologies. I'm sure all of you are more than aware. There is a situation going on with some of the data points in the software. I have been in close contact with the development team. There's a few specific individuals that handle this item. They are on it. And so as far as that goes, that's all I can share there. I'm sure at some point someone new will join and ask what's going on, and we'll address that then. Yeah, I spilled coffee all over it. I think the funny part is actually I don't drink coffee. So anyways, that's that. Hopefully we'll have a decent session here regardless of that. Open forum. So anybody with questions, don't be shy. Please get the questions in for me. As I always like to say, I think it's much better when you folks drive the content of this with the questions that you have, moving us in the direction you want to see with the software. So Snowman, good morning. How are you? So again, don't be shy, folks. Get those questions in for me. Of course, nobody does have any questions for me this morning. I will do my best to keep things informative and engaging regarding software and or the markets. A humble paper trade brag, if I may. I know probably you think that's a funny comment, but for those that were around, I gave some stocks over the last few weeks that I was looking at and some thoughts and levels and things. So the big one would be AAOI. Last week, someone had asked me what would it take for me to really engage, and I said it needs to move over 36 and then I'd be engaged, and it's made quite the move after 36. Really, really great move in that. I didn't take it because I was in some other trades at that point. But I'll tell you this, with the market down, overall today, look at a stock like AAOI and what it's doing compared to the rest of the market. I mean, it's up, quite a bit, actually, with the rest of the market down. And that's with the gap down and a reverse, it's up quite a bit. I mean, it's up really nice from the open and quite nice from the close. So this is the kind of day where you start to look for strength in the market, and you're going to, positions that weren't strong to start with or areas that aren't strong, you're going to get shook out of. And this is where you can find the real gold right now. Some other things. I am in SKYT. Beautiful move in that again today. I've been in this for a little bit now. I may exit some today. I don't know. But, again, these are the kinds of things you want to be finding when the market's weak, or not even weak. I mean, look, we're in a bull market, but it's, we had a gap down. It was, some okay size gap down. I'm not in this stock, whatever this is, ARMN, but another one. This thing is up and away. Even gapped up and pulling away with the market down on the day. Looks like silver and mining in general is looking pretty healthy. So there's that as well. So I got notifications on still. Better turn that off. Okay, that's better. So yeah, that's a mining stock. It's a mining stock here. I don't know what UCTT is. Semiconductor. So, another one of these stocks gapped down this morning, reversed right back up. Not very liquid, but, it's still, you can't ignore that. That's for sure. Okay, well, that was not what I wanted to do at all. That, bear with me. Multi-period low. Colors black. Sorry, close that chart window. I did not mean to do that. There we go. That's better. Put that trade wave back on just to show it off. So, all right. Again, folks with questions, please do not be shy. Get those questions in for me. I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. I just want to show, a relative comparison with some of the things that we've looked at. Here's a SPY chart. And while we're, quite a bit off the lows, there's the lows. That's where we opened, actually. Here's where we currently are right now. We're a good little bit off those lows. We're certainly well off of where we closed on Friday. So, when you're finding the gems today, that's what you really want to be looking at right now. And I'm not talking about the high flyers of the day that are, the day trading gems and jewels of the day. Those are fine, and they may go on to longer gains. But I'm always looking at the bigger picture here. And if someone were to ask me, why do you look at the bigger picture like that? What is it about swing trading that's more appealing to you? Well, a couple of things. One, I learned I wasn't very good at day trading for various reasons. So there was that. But aside from that, it's the holding that produces your wealth. You're going to be hard pressed to find anybody that is a wealthy day trader. And when I say wealth, I'm not talking about, they make several $100,000 a year, maybe $1 million a year. I mean, when I'm talking about wealth, I'm talking about your Cohens, your Ackmans, your Buffetts, your, William J. O'Neill, I'm talking about real wealth. That's what I'm talking about. And that's in patience and holding, not just holding anything. Obviously, it needs to be a thought out, executed plan to that as well. Yeah, that's life in the fast lane here. CMO, this is another semiconductor, I believe. Yeah, so it's holding up here. This is something I talked about last week. It's also not very, very liquid, which makes me a little bit on this. But, I mean, overall, a nice looking chart. It's got this move up, pinning itself in, a pennant, a flag, whatever you want to call it. Obviously, two ways it's going to have to go. At some point, it's either going that way or that way. It could continue to consolidate and move that way for a bit longer, obviously. But Semiconductors are looking real good right now. Real good, right? Here's your semiconductor ETF. Again, with the gap down, this thing is reversed and, it had erased its losses earlier. It's just a smidgen lower at this point in SMH. Going to be more than less the same. Not quite as nice, actually, I should say. Wow, not nice at all compared to the SOXX. I stand corrected. Actually, I sit corrected. But overall, semiconductors looking really good. Interesting, the SOXX is much nicer looking. And both traded around the same amount of shares today, too. Huh. Go figure. Again, folks, just throwing it out there. It's an open forum, so don't be shy. Please let me know if you have any questions that I can assist with regarding the software or, well, anything, I suppose, related to trading in general. So, all right, nothing doing still coming in. So be it. So I don't know, what direction do we go in at this point, folks? Where do we head? Where do we go? Guess we talk about more trading journeys of me. So last week I was in ATXI. I took it. Where did I take it? Took it on this day here. I sat through a couple of not so up days, and then this happened, and I decided, you know what? I'm gonna peel out of this thing. I like what went on, and I peeled out around here. So, traded all the way to up here a couple times. So I left, obviously a bit on the table. At the end of the day, I thought, do I want to get back in this? And I said, you know what? I've got that rule. Once I'm out of a stock, let's give it a couple of days before we revisit. And if it leaves without me, so be it. Well, that's part of my trading plan. And what happened the next day? That happened. So that's why we have trading plans and try to stick to them. Sure, it could have gone this way on me, and I could have been kicking myself. But do you really kick yourself for following a plan that works for you? I don't. Not anymore, anyways. So, just showing how having a thought out plan and a reason behind it. And the reason behind it is I can't tell you how many times I'm like, oh, I left money on the table. I left money on the table. And now, my original entry is, down here, right? And I've exited here, and I'm going to re-enter right away here. I'm chasing all that now. That's it. I got that. I got that piece, right? Let it sit back up here for a day or two. More times than not, I've been wrong re-entering right away and had that happen to me. And so that's why that's part of my trading plan. That's why I journaled. So, yeah, there's that. So again, folks, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Please get those questions in for me. Much prefer it when you folks are driving the content with the questions you've got on the software. Of course, I can't force you to ask any questions. I guess with that said, let's look at maybe let's go to a few of the stocks for my race today. So SYPR, quite the movement on that one today. Really, really wild mover. We've seen it getting squirrely here between the volume and move up the last several days. Looks to be a newer issue. I lied, not a newer issue. I'm just zoomed in on the chart quite a bit. Normally I'm not that zoomed in on a daily chart. But interesting because, sitting up in this area and spent a few years making that rebound and just made that rebound all of a sudden here in the last couple of days. So there it is all the same. Train parts and manufacturing.
TIFR.
Certainly interesting. Let's see. ACRS. So this one having itself quite a blockbuster day, up 44% from the prior open. It's up 28% from the close. So solid gap up. Some kind of therapeutics, pharmaceutical, something of that nature, but a beautiful gap up and a go. Based on its way again. Not the tiniest of floats either. If you were, this is why I don't like scanning based on floats, because if you were like, oh, I want to be in low floats, got to be 50 mil or under, 20 mil or under, 10 mil or under, you'd have never saw this today. You'd have absolutely missed the stock just because you were looking for low floats only. You can scan for, there's momentum in large floats sometimes, without any question. So it's a jewel right there, and something I always like to share and think about when people are very fixated on low float stocks. I mean, there are plenty of low float stocks that move weekly, but sometimes you're just limiting your world. AVR, you would think something up this much and moving that much would be garnering more attention as far as volume goes on the day here, but not really as far as shares traded. Obviously, the relative volume is really kicked out at 13 plus. Although I will say it doesn't look like it started off overly active, and it only looks like it got active through here on that move for whatever reason. Not sure, maybe that's some kind of news release or something like that, but definitely worth keeping an eye on this one, I would say. AIRS. So this one, plenty of liquidity, good volume. Looks like, volume in, volume out, volume in, kind of in, dripping down a little bit now. But, solid move here, 18%, 17 and change now so far in the day. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Feel free to interrupt me with any questions. SEGG. So having itself a bit of a move, some kind of lottery, gambling, apropos. Volume came rocking into this. Now this is a small float, up real bigly, huge relative volume, massive liquidity on this thing, and just skyrocketing right there. So interesting stuff. Definitely some good ones through that scan today. One of the better days I've seen recently. consolidate and pop again. Yeah, you know, if you're talking SEGG, made this nice move up, pulled back, fought around the VWAP, was just under it, got over it, and really took a shot at that $4 level again. Oops, there we go, $4 level again. You know, it's fighting around that again, having trouble getting through and holding it. We'll see what happens. But there's definitely, you know, the volume has come back into it again in the last couple 5-minute bars. So definitely worth noting. Definitely something, if I was day trading, I'd be keeping an eye on that for sure. Last but not least on that list, MCRP. Yeah, that's the worst of the bunch. Least amount of liquidity and really kind of just spotty all over the place. Yeah, sure, it's up, you know, 16%, but or almost 17%, but I don't think that's I just don't think it's, you know, really realistically tradable. I mean, you know, get this bar opens here and closes down here, and then the bar gaps. You know, when you see big gaps in 5-minute charts like that, generally something I'm not, even when I was day trading, not a fan of stuff like that. I want to see, you know, some kind of smoothness to it versus kind of jumping all over the place. You know, you see the same thing here, you know, get there and down to here, gap back up through there, then it gaps back down here. You know, I don't want to see lots of gaps on 5-minute bars. So again, folks, don't be shy if you got questions for me. Guess, you know, we can go through some of the stocks in the scan here and see if there's anything prepping us for later that we might be interested in. Yeah, there's a SPAC. Some interesting moves in it the last week plus. OSS. Computer storage. Device manufacturing. These are the kind of stocks I'm interested in recently. Anything computer tech related that may have anything to do with some kind of AI, storage, things of that nature, data. I think those are areas that we're seeing the most movement and growth right now. So this is actually something I want to bookmark for myself. I'm going to put it on my liked list and keep an eye on that. My docket's kind of full right now. I'm in all the positions I want to be in right now, but I am thinking of closing one today, so that means the possibility of opening something else later. Dawn, biopharmaceuticals. I stay away from bios when it comes to swing trading for the most part. AMPX, battery manufacturing. Interesting. But no, not my cup of tea. NXE, I believe this is, I think this is a uranium play. Yep, uranium. Well, I thought I could highlight that there, but I can't yet. It's a uranium project portfolio includes aero development of uranium properties, so on and so forth. I believe uranium has been a strong sector recently. I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's been looking pretty good here. Not terribly far off all-time highs. That's the all-time high back here, going back into October of last year. Kind of funny to say that already, but yeah. Sorry, just got a message I need to respond to. Have you ever back tested an RSI oversold, overbought scan? As a matter of fact, funny you should mention that. Load from cloud. I've been doing an incredible amount of back testing since December of last year, since December 2025. I have a goal that I'm going to make something that I can use automated this year. Every year I start doing it, and then I give up at some point. There will be no giving up on it this year. You know, whether I complete it this year or not, I can't say, but I'm not going to give up. With that said, I was working on some RSI stuff, and so I have this one here that I created. Give me a second, and I'll share. Actually, I'll just share the link now. I think I called it RSI needs work. Yeah, bear with me. So it's for overbought. I don't do anything oversold because I'm never looking to the short side, although I suppose I should. Just shorting is different than long, without a question. And I started off my trading career with an extremely small account that I could not short on because of restrictions. I spent years at that kind of level of account. As it grew, it didn't matter because I had to grow it so much to be able to use margin, and you have to have a margin account. So I was working out of cash accounts. Anyways, with all that said, I created this. So exit after 30 minutes, no stop loss, but we are looking at taking a profit at 20% if that happens before the 30 minutes. We're at 62 days on back testing because of the market holidays, so we keep dropping days, unfortunately. And I think that's everything here. And so simulate buy. And while it does that, just real quick, what I did in the configure here, I'm using the running up alert with a 1.5 on that for that filter. And then, here we go for these items in here. So we're looking at stocks, and I did, done some optimizing on this. So, I started off, I think it was stocks from $4 to $40, optimizing it, brought it to this price range, got this here, these items here. I'm using a custom formula in that. So if you want to be able to use that, you'd have to put that custom formula in your account and then use the designated for that. Let me see here. I can share that formula. You'll have to put it in your account, though. Bear with me. There was issues with custom formulas early, but I think on the website they're probably all right. Let's see. Okay, so this is comparing the last rolling minute to the last 4 minutes. So here's that custom, and here's what it's named. If you want to, want to keep with it, and the units is shares. So you have to put that in your account and then swap the custom formula and what I had shared to find, put your custom in there, because it won't translate. My U19 will not be your U19. Anyways, now this looked better 2 weeks ago because there was data back here that's now dropped off that was actually much better looking. But I've had 2 weeks worth of data come off of it. So, you've got this nice day there, but you got this real bad day there. What's this one that I was messing around with? Maybe let me test something. I think I decided to add a stop loss to this and it helped, but I can't remember. And I didn't save it. Throw 3 stop loss on there. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Get those questions in for me, please. Yeah, so that stop loss helped because we can see here the average winner loser spread became a little better. And yeah, much better overall. It's still too many trades though. You know, I don't want to see probably more than 100 trades in 60 days or so. I'm not crazy about this spread here. I'd like to see, you know, a 20-cent winner to maybe at best or at worst 10-cent loser. So at least give me a 2-to-1 ratio there, because we could see, you know, it still doesn't project to do very well. But anyways, to tie that all together, I've done lots of RSI back testing, and I'm doing that on a 2-minute RSI right now with that. So just, you know, kind of give you something to work with, or some, you know, food for thought. So yeah, that's where we're living with that. We could always mess around and so I guess, you know, got lots of time here still and no questions coming in. So let's do some back testing, I guess, right? Let's mess around. I'm a huge fan of back testing. So, all right, let's see here. The back testing, you know, you got to think of what alert do you want to use. Been messing around a lot with the running ups. I've also been checking out some of these consolidation breaks I've done some stuff with, and also the thrust alerts. Yeah, thrust upwards. I've done some of these as well. Should maybe mess around with linear regression, right? Linear regression uptrend. What the heck? Let's mess with it and see what happens, right? So, all right, we're in a linear regression, 5-minute uptrend. Let's forecast. Let's not forecast anything with it right now. Let's get into some filters here. I'm going to give a floor at $4. No, I lied. I'm going to give it a floor at $10. I'm going to give it a ceiling at $100. What else do we want to do with this? Let's make sure we're up from the close and we're up from the open. Let's check that we're above the VWAP too. Let's check that we are, let's see, add that filter. Let's see that we are at least 0.5% above the VWAP as well. Let's just see how many trades that gives us right now. I suspect, unfortunately, a lot. Yeah. See, I'm not crazy when you build a base alert and it's giving you tons of trades off the bat, because it's just so much you have to trim away after that. Let's open this up to a 90-minute hold for right now. Risk management. We'll go with the 20% target. We'll leave the stop loss blank. Let's pull this out, the full 62 days that we've got in the database right now. Let's have at it. Let's see what happens here. And back testers. Frozen. All right, there it goes again. Now looks like the back tester is giving me trouble too today. Great. There we go. So 6,000 trades. But, you know, here's something that's promising to me. Finding something that's got a 48 win. Now we need to get that loss down. Obviously, we got to trim that down. Not concerned about the win percentage. Never generally concerned about win percentage. So, all right, let's get into the optimization tab first. Just see if there's anything real fat we can cut away right away. Let's go with the $1 intervals for right now. I lied. That's way too much. Let's go with $3 intervals. All right, nothing that makes me think I really want to cut anything from the price right now. And the reason is, look at the total trades here, right? And so the only spot that's an outlier from one end to the other is this upper end, but it's only going to drop 20 trades for me. So it's not really going to do anything that's major that I want. I want to see somewhere I could drop, maybe 100 trades or more at this point. So we're going to leave that like that. Let's just check time of day. Okay, so the time of day is cutting off at this time. That means there's way more than 6,000 alerts coming through, and that's kind of the max that the backtester will do. There's some various reasons for it. I'm going to get into the short and skinny of that unless someone really wants to know. So with that said, I'm going to leave it like that, and we're going to have to come back to the drawing board kind of hard on this one. And let's go to selected alert. Let's forecast a dollar move. Let's get into the window specific filters. And let's just check out stocks that trade at least 750,000 shares on the day today. And let's just see if that can tighten things up a little bit on the back testing here. I'll go ahead and run that again. Okay, that brought us down to a 2152 on that. And again, looking good on the average winners, not looking good on the average losers. Let's go back to the daily. So we got this massive down day here. So just to make this look better for the moment, let's add some risk management here and see what happens. Let's get a 3% stop going. Let's compare. Okay, that helped quite a bit, actually. So linear regression, interesting stuff going on here. Now let's get back into some optimizations. So we may be able to cut some fat through some of this here. Let's cut that down to $3. So look at this here. Now this gets interesting. Look, we got a chance to cut a couple of hundred trades from it in this range right here. Now let's look at the bottom end, and we cut some from this end too, as a matter of fact. I want to break this down to $2 now and see what happens. If that does any more. Yeah, see, that changes this here. Now it doesn't look as bad as it did on the 2. Let's see what happens when we break it down to $1. So it makes it tough cutting some of these out because we are cutting out winners with the losers without a question here on this. And so I wonder if price is the best spot to start on this. I'm not entirely sure that it is. email that I have to respond to. All right, so now we're looking here. All right, time of day. Is there anything we don't like? Yeah, that so far looks terrible after 1 o'clock. Let's break this down to 30 minutes. So it doesn't look good there. Let's break it down to 15 minutes. Oops, not 153 minutes, 15 minutes. Still negative return on that. Got that one there, that's good. That one there, that's eh. All right, so I'm gonna bust this down. We're gonna stop taking trades after. We're gonna stop taking trades after 11:44 a.m. Eastern. $11:44 a.m. Eastern. Now let's take a look and see what we're cooking with here. Not too shabby. Oops. Did not mean to do that. We'll cut quite a few trades out still. We didn't do as much to the winners as I would have liked to, the winner loser, as much as I would have liked to have there, actually, to be honest, though. But, it's, looking good overall. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the next step here. All right. Where's the scan? There it is. And again, anybody with questions, feel free to interrupt at any point. All right. Let's see. We got that going on. We've got that going on. We want to narrow this world down still. How can we narrow this world down? Get some more quality here. Let's go through some filters. Let's get to my world of filters. There we go. Price spread. Do have to consider spread because you want to get an ultra spready stocks, but it's kind of tough right now. I'll look at narrowing price down. Yeah, prints, relative volume. Let's go through on the optimization tab for this. So again, let's look at price. Let's break it down to $3 range here. Let's set a minimum of 21. Check out how that does us. Make some comparisons here. So drop another couple of hundred trades, but that did not help us here where I wanted to help us. The win percent going up is fine. I want to keep that spread down though, and that worsened our spread actually. So let's undo that. We're not going to do that. I'll go back to 10 as the base. And we're going to come back to the optimization tab and let's take a look at some other filters here. So let's see here. I'm going to go to this filter because I do like it very much. No, nothing there that can help us on that filter. Now let's take a look at the 15-minute RSI. Doesn't look like anything there can help us too much. Look at the 2-minute RSI. So this is where I start to go through the real rabbit hole and start kind of going one by one on these. And taking a look here. how these different filters impact the scan. Trying to find those outliers. 2-minute range. Let's go 0.5% interval. So interesting. We can cut quite a bit off of this one, but the question is maybe where do we want to cut it from? So we break it down further. Doesn't really cut a ton of trades off, to be honest. I'll hold off on that. Because while, yes, there's a lot of red that we can cut off here, in the grand scheme of things, it's probably only about 40 trades or 50 trades. I'm looking to cut a little more off. Because here's the other thing. I don't want to add 10 more filters to this to get the scan looking good and have filters coming, stretching all the way across here. Because then we start to get into the territory of curve fitting, meaning that, you know, the scan is tailored perfect to the past data and unlikely to find success with future data. You know, it's that happy medium that can be a little tough. So yeah, we're gonna not do the 2-minute range for now. But you know, 30-minute range, could that do us any better? No, let's break that down again, deeper. So still not enough for me to make a move yet anyways. 5-minute RSI, nothing particular there. Nothing particular here. That's interesting. A 5-minute RSI. Nah, because I don't want to lose that for now anyways. That's a good, you know, good portion of the winners. Anything to do with pre-market. Not standing out. And maybe that we go through a ton of filters and nothing stands out, right? That's just the way it can go in backtesting sometimes. Average true range. Nah. Nothing there. Let's break it down further. That's interesting here. So 2-minute, change 2-minute percent and the average true range are things I may come back to. Below pre-market high. Break this down further. And not quite as interesting as those others that we've back looked at. Blanks. Beta, not so much. Actually, you know what? Let's break the beta down just in case. Let's break it down to a 1. Nope, nothing there really stands out to say, hey, this is going to improve the scan significantly. A 1-minute change. Check it out by the 0.25%. Yeah. So looking for that big outlier. See if we can't find it here. And still, again, folks, I encourage anybody with questions. Well, I've got a few minutes left here. Reach out with those questions. Don't be shy. Okay, so here, that's tough still. Certainly seeing some things that look promising now. I'm not ready to move until I go through a few more filters at least. Okay, we're going to cap this here. I want to see what this does. I want to change 5-minute percent. Right, so we've done that, made that alteration. Let's run it. Compare. Didn't really do much of anything. Dropped just a few trades. Didn't really do as much as I would have liked it to have. We're going to run with it, though, on that one. Back to the time of day real quick. Not much to do in the time of day. Price is still... Still a bit of a stickler here. All right, let's try it now with that. Still way too many trades for me overall. And again, cutting out the price, changing up that price does not help the strategy, in my opinion. So let's get rid of that again. Boy, I would have thought there'd be some more questions coming in, but apparently I'm wrong. All right. Cruising along here. Let's see, change from previous day in a percent. Anything that helps us through here? Not really. Day SMA. That's strange. On a fat cut away from that. Yeah, I mean, this is a real rabbit hole. I'm going to be honest also, Teddy. There are people that are much more quant-minded than I am that could probably be more efficient at doing this than me. Let me rephrase that. I have no doubt that there is people that are more quant-minded than me that are more efficient at doing this. But I do kind of consider this like an adult video game to me. But the idea behind this is that fine line again with the, curve fitting. You don't want to curve fit. You don't want to see 20 filters across here. I don't know what the magic number on filters is. I will tell you only want one alert. You want one alert, that's it. But I don't know, 7, 8, 9 filters. Maybe that's going to be the max that you want for the most part. I don't know the answer to that, to be honest. And I don't know that there's a happy number with that. But the idea is you want it to obviously look good with past data while still being able to get alerts in the future Because one other huge thing with the curve fitting that I've had happen to me in the past is it looked good with past data, and it was putting out, a good amount of trades, maybe a touch more than I'd want to see, but a good amount anyways, not crazy more. And then all of a sudden, moving forward, it wasn't even that it performed poorly. It just wasn't alerting almost anything, which was crazy because I went from, let's say, 60-ish days of back testing where it had like 200-300 alerts to like the next 15 days it had 3 alerts, and like almost every day was no trade. So it was going the flip side on me, which was, a different kind of frustrating for me anyways. Nope. Sometimes it gives these huge intervals. I don't really understand why it defaults to some of these really big intervals. It certainly does nothing to help with doing this. 2%. I'm going to take this a whole other direction with that, the alert filter. I'm going to see what happens. I'll put a 1.5 here. Just curious what that does to the scan. I meant to do that before and didn't think about it. Okay, that cut out a lot of trades, brought our average winner way up, brought our average loser quite a bit up as well. %3 loss on that. Okay, so we adjusted that stop loss because I'm concerned about this massive day down. Then we can also do this. Look, we had a really bad day on November 20th. So we go back on the calendar here. November 20th. What happened that day? Was there one stock that got us? No. Let's see. TEM got us. Number of stocks got us on that day. I'm curious. Go back to November 20th. Ha! Look at what November 20th was on URA. And I bet if we bring up a SPY chart, November 20th was just not a good day in the market. Massive down day on the market, right? Not only just a massive down day, look at that, gapped up and then traded down. This was one of those days when remember, the market was going to crash according to all the gurus out there, that this was the big one. Of course, they were wrong as usual. Interesting. Oh, I forgot to put my headphones in. Barry's probably here talking to me and I'm not even listening. Sorry, Barry. If we just increase the confident interval, probably it might help.
That's all right. I'm used to being ignored.
I'm in this massive rabbit hole.
I hear you're doing a lot of back testing for people.
Just, well, for me in general, and nobody's really asking many questions. So, I think
Why not?
Teddy, I don't know why not. It's one of those days. There's a lot of people in here right now. There's, 100 people watching right now total, which is way up from when I started. It was, at like 30 something or 40. So,
well, it's the allure of Christopher Varley, of course.
I doubt it. But, Teddy had asked about if I did any back testing on RSI oversold, overbought. And I said, as a matter of fact, I have. I was going over a scan with that. And then I just figured, let's just go into some back testing. And so the next thing I know, here we are in a massive rabbit hole. So to tie this all neatly together, I'm going to share a cloud link to this scan as soon as I can find it. And I'm going to get the heck out of Barry's hair. I'm also supposed to be in a meeting right now. I just realized.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and let you get to sharing the screen.
Okay.
And I'm going to stick that link in here in 1 second. And you're in charge now, Barry.
All right.
You always were,
Charles
of
in
course.
charge. Okay. Thank you, Christopher. Well, now you are not in for the rest of the week. Yeah.
No.
I read that. So Dan tomorrow, and then Steve and Andy on Thursday, Friday.
Indeed. That's the plan.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. We'll see you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. Take care.
All right, guys. I am now back in both rooms. Just a couple of things to do. Mute. There we go. Oops. Okay, guys. So I am, yeah, you know what? I still have a little bit of the Zeta left. I did dump the Wolf. The Wolf could not get through 22. Look what it had. I think it got literally to 21.99, and that was it. What a move on the what a move on the CRVS. I mean, I look, I'm going to really watch this one tomorrow. I just have a hard time understanding why it's up so much just because of phase one. But, you know, what, it doesn't matter what I think. I mean, the market is telling me that they love it. 66 million in the float, but it's only phase one. Well, there were a lot of shares available for me to short anyway. So I'm going to watch it. I'm going to see what happens tomorrow. But I mean, it's still strong. I'm not going to look at it shorting now, but it's still strong. Make another new high. I mean, it looks like 19. Whoop, I got the wrong one. Tyra. Yeah, we just broke through 19 now. And we look back and we had to find the next high back in 2018. So I don't really, well, in fact, now that's probably not even true. I'm sure it isn't. I mean, I don't think there's anything really blocking this. So we got to go back to April of 2017, 2130. I mean, yeah, 7 years ago, 8 years ago. 8 years ago. Does that really matter? Probably not. And of course, our friends at Wainwright raising the target to 27 from 11. Mizuho, let's see what they did. Mizuho outperform 20. So we're getting close. Corvus, I'm sorry, that is Mizuho. Okay, from 13 to 20. So it's almost right there. But it's only phase one, Miko. I mean, it's only phase. I mean, it's a very positive press release. Don't get me wrong, but it is only phase one. But again, it doesn't matter what I think. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I would have thought this was a sort of move if there were like a million in the float, but you know, 66 million in the float. I mean, it's not super high, but it's not a low float. Well, darn it. I just had Tyra up on the screen, and now okay, I'm not going to beat myself up too much. Look at the spread, 30 30 30 78. 30 30 30 78. Terrible spread. All right, guys, it's 1:05 now. So look at my homepage one last time for the day. Well, maybe one more time, but certainly this could be the last. And the promo code is still alive. I'm not sure. I have to dig up the old email. I don't know when it's in theory good to. Usually, even if it says it gives you a date, many times it's good for the following day too. But anyway, here's the promo code you can use to get 22% off the first month only. The first month only of either a standard or premium subscription, or the entire year of a standard or premium subscription. You get 22% off the first month only. And all I ask, please use my code. If you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, helps to keep the rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the trading room. So those of you in YouTube, there is another room. If you want to come into this room, way more, it's a lot more action in this room, more activity. It's free also. So you can come into this room. This room is also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. And I don't open it. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so it's a little early for me, but Obi opens the room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're into, pre-market action, there are a lot of traders in the room starting from 6:45 on. I get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. Okay. I usually open YouTube around 8:30. But I get on the mic for both rooms at 9 o'clock. Now, this room, I usually leave, depending on questions, sometime between 2 and 2:30. William keeps this room open, the trading room open, later after I leave. And today he said he'll actually keep it open till 3:55. There's some earnings plays after hours. So he's going to keep the room open till 3:55-ish. So today, this could be indicative of, of going forward in earnings season, that the room will be open from about 6:45 to 3:55. Okay. Education. You take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. First thing you must do is the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. This is mandatory. Okay. 12 short videos. If you don't have Trade Ideas, start off on the second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea as to whether or not this is something you might want to try, at least for a month. If you don't like it within a month, just let us know, and you're not tied into any sort of a long-term subscription. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them. If you're new to trading, all free. You know what I forgot to do? So you clicked on my homepage link and you can scroll down I'm going to talk about the scans, but keep it simple. Get to Trade of the Week. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You'll got it. Well, actually, you released it yesterday, but obviously market was not open yesterday. I don't know how it's doing. Let me just take a quick look. I know Ari. Now, with the market being down today, yeah, so there's no trigger. The trigger is 10.10, okay, over $10.10. So there is no trigger yet. It remains to be seen if it's going to happen this week. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It's just a non-event so far. The high of the day was 972. So when you get the trade of the week, there's an email that comes with it, not just a symbol. And it basically outlines the idea, why, and then suggested entry and a suggested stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. They're designed for longer term trades. But again, how and if you trade it is up to you. Now, if you sign up for the Trade of the Week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. And then here are the information I'm sharing. Technically not all scans, but so here is the large cap gainers right here. This is the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside right here. They'll be very active. You can get some very volatile moves in here. This is a lot less volatile just because of the nature of the race. Large cap stocks. Larger cap. I mean, there's not huge market caps, but minimum of $500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. Pulse resumes is over here. So using the pre-market actives up and down. And then I'm sharing some other scans right here. So you can take a look at them. You can ask me questions about them. You use well, you know what? I was going to try to be funny, but I don't feel like being funny right now, William. What code do I use to get the first day off of an annual plan? I was going to divide the annual by 365, multiply by pi, divide by the square root of 9, and then, or as we used to call it, surd 9. All right, guys. Well, looks like a bit of a slower day now, guys. I'm not seeing too many questions coming in. You see a Pola. Okay, now Pola. Yeah, Pola's way underneath the VWAP, though. I mean, there's no, it could. It's starting to curl, getting a little bit of, well, you see the little buy flag. You see the orange turning to blue, but it is not really jumped. What happened to the trading competitions? Were they not profitable for the company? We really can't answer that, perfect circle. I know, like clockwork, we used to have them, not just the competitions, but the test drive. I don't know. I don't get involved in that anymore in terms of the marketing. It's been asked many, many, many times, but I guess the company just doesn't feel it's that beneficial. Otherwise, they would do it. Oh, I agree. I like the competition, the 3-day competition. I loved it. It was a lot of fun, especially when there were people in the room, either YouTube or the main room, who were on the leaderboard. I really liked it, but for whatever reason, the company doesn't want to do it anymore. Okay, is this just a minor pullback, and will it zoom up from here? Just over the whole number now, CRVS, just over the whole number. A little pullback, but it is still blue. It is still blue. The wave. And there we go, guys. There we go. So it held, look at that, a little bit of a pullback into the cloud, into the wave. What's the market doing? So the market actually now is that, I don't know if it's the pre-market lows. I think that might have been the pre-market low down here. Time is that 8:30. Let me back this out just a little bit. Now, I guess the pre-market low was down here at around 679. So yeah, you know what? We're getting close to that pre-market low. About $1 away on the SPY from the pre-market low. Yeah, silver had a bit of a choppy day, but let me take a look at it now. Yeah, yeah, you're right, on the run right now. I think this might be, yeah, it looks like the high of the day. Not quite, but very close. And the high in the pre-market, yeah, it's very close to the high in the pre-market also. And another silver play, what is it called? Silver Core Metals, SVM. So many of the silver plays are going to look like this, and actually a nice little pop. SFM down more than 1 ATR on no news. Sprouts Farmer Market. Well, other than of course, the law firms pleading with you guys to join a class action suit. But at least 1, 2, 3. I see 3 law firms. 4 law firms. 4 law firms pleading with you guys to join a class action. And there could be more. Wow, what a downturn. I mean, from 182, basically more than cut in half. When was that? That was June. About 7 months ago, 8 months ago. Do they ever work? I have no idea. No idea. You know, depending how many shareholders join, you know, even if they win, you might get $1. I'm kidding, but they get rich. Or rich. They get their cut. They also have to, I mean, the burden of proof is certainly to prove fraud or, you know, usually what they like to say is misleading press releases. Well, here's Keurig, Dr. Pepper, just over the whole number of 28. The next high in a monthly chart is about $1.80 away or so. Big float, 1.29 billion in the float. The next high in the too close. The next high in the daily chart is too close for me anyway. 28.22. Yeah, exactly, William. I mean, they just look at some stock that's been beaten up and say, "Hey, let's start a class action suit against them." Well, I'm not sure I've ever seen this one. Betterware de Mexico. Okay. Obviously out of Mexico. Your Congress doing anything? Are you kidding? I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. Sorry. Do you still have a Congress? Sorry, I should not say that. My filter is off today. Perfect circle. Well, I am a human being. Yeah. Well, I've got a an alert at the pre-market low, 679 something. Give me a moment, guys. TFC is a super original. Okay. TFC, quick drop. Yeah, no kidding. And it is an earnings play, January 21st. Yeah. It is an earnings play. And that's on your scan. Yes, on your scan. Guys, CRVS, boy, it looks like it wants to. It looks like it wants to take out that 19 again. Look how, again, we watched this, how it got into the wave. The wave was kind of holding it. There was a piercing right there. So we call it perfect, but boy, it is trying to hold. The high right there is what, 1922. Okay, look at pizza, guys. Pizza, PZZZA is pulled into the VWAP. There's the wave. It's orange, but it's pulled into the VWAP. The VWAP is at 38. So so it looks like the VWAP area is trying to hold it as support. Okay. Good one. Good one, Nobi. Let me share that with the group. So there's pizza, guys, trying to lift a little bit here. Yeah, no. The only issue, well, pizza, I mean, the spread isn't great, but what did it get up to? Got up to about almost $40. You guys, CRVS, it looks like it wants to take out that 19. Yep, Obi. I'm just looking 1885, 1889. I mean, you get a bid of 1910, 1915, and then the bid ask 1915, 1920. That could get it going. I mean, is the high right there is well, the high of the day is right here, 1914. So that's why I have a price alert right there. Winnebago, WGO. This is a weak stock today. I'm just making another little move down here, guys. Winnebago, WGO, but the next low looking left is very close, 46. Yeah, little areas it could stall. I wish, had the next low been down here, 39. Okay, guys. Corvus. Just over 19, 1912, 1914. Can it hold 19? Okay, well, not quite, but one more shot here. 1916 price alert. Well, you are a man of principle, William. All right, guys. Well, I did take a little loss on this. I'm going to take a look at it. Again, if it gets up to about the 1910 mark, just got out underneath 19. So just a very small little loss, but I am going to, I still have a price alert at around 1914. Want to see if it gets back up there later. Yeah, I had a little profit on it, but I was looking for a lot more. Yeah, it was very, very little profit, very little. So that's why I decided I wanted to hold on just to see. Yeah, we're getting close to that pre-market low now to the SPY. Good thing not in our room, Moby. All right, there's the Corvus now again, just a little bit above the 19 level again. I'm just watching this guy, 1915, 1917, bid ask. I want to see if it has a little jump into the 20s, and I'll probably pounce if it does. Well, I think the longer it holds 19 and sets up a base there. (14 degrees Fahrenheit). Actually, Vancouver has had a balmy, balmy winter. For, I mean, everything is relative. Yeah, so we're okay. Just give me a moment. Yeah, between 35 and 40, 42, 43 most days now. No snow at all. Haven't had a speck of snow this winter yet. Ugh, boy, I almost got in. Yeah, I mean, if it takes on 19 again in a big way, I might have to just forget about it, at least maybe till the end. Time is it now? 1:38. I mean, it is still just teasing at that 19 level. Look at that nice, blue wave still. Has not, wonder if it's turned orange at all on a 1 minute. Nope, not yet. Yeah, Ryanair is absolutely amazing, isn't it? The seat sales they have. If you can fly last minute, $8. Things it's incredible. Those for those of you who don't know Ryanair out of Ireland. I guess they figure, what the heck, we may as well fill the seat, and maybe whoever gets on board will buy some stuff. Well, all I'm really watching is this Corvus, just to see if we can get back up to the 1820s and just hold there and have a move from there, and maybe taking out the high, which is 1930, and then of course beyond. Doesn't look certain. Okay, you see what's happening now. I'll almost guarantee that is going to be an orange. Not quite. A little sell flag though. Oh man, I had a price alert. I don't know when I put this on. Certainly not today. I don't even remember last week. LVLU though, guys. LVLU. This was a wild one on this day, and it's at that high now. LVLU. And what's the volume like? Nah, not good. 59,000. That's it. Only 440,000 in. Ooh, just give me a moment. Gosh, that's Corvus. Again, I have that thumbnail on my other monitor. That's why I can don't have to have it here. But here's the LVLU, which had a massive day here. Over 20 million shares traded, 22 million shares traded on this day. I mean, this trades like it's got like a million in the float. It's CVRS. CRVS, you meant, Faith. Boy, look at all this action right at this level, even on a 5-minute chart, on the 2-minute chart, just hitting its head up against the 1920s. Yeah, there's a SPY. Okay, there's a SPY making it the pre-market low now. Come on. Sorry, guys. I'm just waiting to see if it pops. Taking its time talking about the CRVS. Well, here's a new one, guys. Yeah, this is a new one on the list. CGNX on the way down. Look at the volume that came in. CGNX, but 38. No, okay, it's got some room actually. 38.47 is the next low on the daily chart. All right, guys, it's about 10 minutes till I leave. I doubt very much I'm going to stay past 2 o'clock, unless there are questions. If there are questions, I'll always stay. There's a sort of a non-question day, I have found. Not too many questions coming in today. Well, the SPY, yeah. I mean, the SPY, that was that green line there. That was the low in the pre-market. So it's taken that out. Yeah. So now down 13 points. Come on. And you know what I'm trying to come on to. Well, let's take a look at the SPY, okay? I just want to look at the SPY in terms of where is there potentially, okay, well, took this out, took that little low out. So the next low on a daily chart on the SPY is 681. Sorry, 676. 676. There's a pretty that would be a pretty interesting level. Probably not today, but you know what? If we keep drifting down, yeah, that weekly low right there. I'll put a price alert in that area and see if it happens tomorrow. Hallelujah, whatever. Hallelujah, guys. On the CRVS. Now, for how much, I don't know. Okay, now listen, the spread widened quite a bit. I've taken some off up in this area right there, okay? The 938 level. The spread started to widen badly. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's got any, I don't know how much legs it has left. Again, now the high today is 1946. So, you've got to go back a long time, I think, right, Santis? A long time. I think we had to go back to 2017. Yeah, April of 2017, and there's your 2120, the high of that month. So, again, 8 years ago, do we really think anything matters that happened 8 years ago? I don't, but we'll see. I didn't like the fact that spread really widened. Yeah, I'd never be holding it. That's for sure, Miko. I still can't get over the fact that it's not a crazy low floater. All right, guys, we've got about maybe 3 or 4 minutes left. So if you have any questions, now's a good time. I will probably be taking off at 2. I don't see that there's that many questions coming in now. Most of the day, not too many questions. So, well, I mean, we can only look. Our provider has been pretty good. We're using that new provider. But let me do a check. Yeah, now, I think that could be it. Yeah, 66 million. That's what they've got. 66 million. I mean, that's what we're getting our information from. So, yeah, it's interesting that it would have such a dramatic move. Okay, guys. Yeah, that's it. That's it for me. It is right back up, but I don't have it anymore. So, I mean, it looks like it could just, rocket to, yeah, I mean, it looks like it's going to rocket right now, 1950. Okay, are there any questions? I'm going to hang around for another minute. If there are no questions, I am going to take off. So, in advance of that, in case there are no questions, thanks for all the help all day long, as usual. The main room will open at 6:45 tomorrow morning. The main room is going to be open till 3:55 today. So, those of you who are on YouTube, you want to come into the main room. It will still be open after I leave. But YouTube, I do have to shut you down. So for YouTubers, just click on my homepage link. Scroll down a bit. You see where it says trading room right here. This room will be open till 3:55-ish. Now, I may come back in an hour. Wow, look at it go now. Why did it have to have that massive tail down? Okay, guys, I'm going to mute myself now. I'm going to put my announcement up. The screen still displaying my screen, but I'm gone. Though you might see me flitting around. Okay. Okay, guys, so I'm going to mute myself now in the main room. And YouTubers, I do have to end.